Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Asif Shah, part of the Director General Office here at Expo 2020, and it is a distinct pleasure to welcome you all back to the final day of our pre-Expo event focused on urban and rural development, brought to you in association with our premier partner Siemens and UN Habitat. We have a huge amount to explore today and every corner of the globe to visit, so let's get this show on the road with our first round of Expo family talks, starting with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and representatives of the country's new planned megacity, NEOM. From NEOM, we have Suleiman Al-Shamasi, Senior Architect Urban Development, Antoni Vives, Chief Urban Development Officer, and Giovanna Carnevali, Executive Director of Urban Planning at NEOM.
NEOM is inspiring,
motivating.
Is a platform of dreamers and doers.
We talk about NEOM as an accelerator of human progress. It's a place where we can start again almost and make a very positive impact on the world and the environment. A place for dreamers and doers, as we say.
NEOM is the opportunity to develop something brand new.
And so the opportunity to come in and start shaping the future is such an incredible opportunity. I'm lucky enough to be surrounded by some great minds and great talents. We are pioneers in a new space.
This is a very new part of Saudi Arabia for the young generation.
We've set our standards very high.
What we want to do in NEOM is change the idea of urban elements. We want to redefine them.
Better humans, better society, interact with technology.
We want this project to show the world that you can develop a world futuristic city, but also in harmony with nature.
NEOM is called the world's most ambitious project. So I don't think anyone can move down here without it saying it's not going to be a challenge. But I think for anyone that does come, it'll be such a rewarding experience.
What they define in NEOM, I think, is a great opportunity to be the best we ever imagined or dreamed to be as a human.
We will be working, I'm sure, day and night just to see this dream come true.
I feel responsibility. We are building something for the future generations.
We're not talking about pure sustainability, but we're actually talking about enhancing the environment and bringing water back to the surface in NEOM.
It's a place where we're going to reinvent conservationism, where there's going to be exceptional livability.
The journey of transforming the dream of NEOM to reality is already on.
NEOM is the perfect destination where you are proactively involved in bringing health and well-being in every single part of your life. So when talking about NEOM, people ask me, how do you describe NEOM? NEOM is the new future.
NEOM is the opportunity to develop something brand new.
It's an accelerator of human progress.
NEOM, from its name, it's the new future.
Progress, humanity.
The home of technology, the land of the future.
Challenge, passion, and life.
My name is Antoni Vives, Chief Urban Development Officer here in NEOM.
I'm Giovanna Carnevali. I'm the Executive Director of Urban Planning in NEOM.
My name is Suleiman Al-Shamasi. I'm an architect with Urban Development team at NEOM.
In architecture, for me, it's a way of thinking. It's a state of life. NEOM, for me, is the project for the future.
How do you build a place that is for all and changes the pace of the things that are happening all over the earth?
How people will reach from point A to point B in a very simple and direct way.
We need to think in advance. So how can we create streets without cars?
The main DNA of the future design of NEOM is walkability.
We are defined by urbanity, by civitas.
We want to urbanize as less as possible, but at the same time, we want to enhance the nature and protect it.
You have the deserts, you have the mountains, you have the beautiful rock formations, valleys, beaches, corals, and islands.
It's a challenge because it's a green field.
NEOM will be powered by a 100% renewable energy that will lead into a simple way of living.
So we are really shaping the reality.
I think that NEOM is the place where we can really play with that and understanding which are the ingredients that you have to put to yield a community while, of course, generating the best livable physical space.
Exceptional livability, a thriving business, and reinventing conservation.
If we make it happen here, we will change the world.
The home of technology, the home of artificial intelligence, 5G technology or robotics, the home of future of industry.
To generate a place in which we can all live well, attracting investment.
NEOM is the economical engine of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the region and the world in delivering the Saudi Vision 2030.
NEOM is an engine for progress of humanity in a moment in which major challenges have to be faced boldly.
NEOM is there to remain forever. NEOM is there to be on the map of the world forever.
Thank you to Saudi Arabia for that exciting start to today's proceedings. Next, I would like to welcome Portugal and Dr. Paulo Ferrao, full professor at the Instituto Superior Técnico University of Lisbon, to present an innovative digital platform that will enable us to better design carbon-neutral cities. Dr. Paulo, over to you.
Hello, I am Paulo Ferrão, a professor at IST, Instituto Superior Técnico, the Engineering School of the University of Lisbon, and I am pleased to present, on the behalf of a great team of architects and engineers, Khadija, Carlos, Joana, Ricardo, and Sonia, this brief video on our work on developing and making use of urban digital twins that articulate a large set of methods and tools from BIM, Building Information Modeling, to urban metabolism models in order to design carbon-neutral cities. This is a critical work, as Europe prepares to be the first carbon-neutral continent by 2050, and has been carried out at IST during the last decade in the context of the MIT Portugal program. Currently, carbon accounting in cities is based on site production-based emissions, but should we strive for sustainability, and we need to account for the emissions associated to all the products imported and consumed in the cities. And this constitutes a consumption-based approach. And our models do consider this approach, anticipating this greater ambition. Indeed, we do account for the full urban metabolism. This is, for the emissions associated to the energy consumed in buildings, vehicles, and industries in the city, as well as to the emissions caused by the production and transport of the goods we import, discounted by those we export. This is to say that we count for Scope 1 greenhouse gas emissions, that are the direct emissions within the city perimeter, and also for Scope 2 when we add the emissions associated to the energy consumed in the city. But our models are also prepared to account for Scope 3 emissions that relate to the products that we import. And this is critical, as emphasized by the IPCC, especially if we aim to keep global warming below 1.5 degrees centigrade. Just to exemplify, the carbon footprint associated to the cities of Lisbon and Chicago, considering Scope 2, are respectively 6.2 and 12 tons of CO2 equivalent per capita per year, and clearly dominated by emissions associated to buildings and transport, with a non-negligible contribution of waste management. However, if we adopt a consumption-based perspective, these values rise by about 50%. And in order to achieve a 1.5 centigrade lifestyle, we have to promote significant changes with dramatic reduction in the carbon footprint. Finding the right strategy that may obtain results in the different dimensions of the city and of the environment is a very complex issue, increasingly dependent on rigorous simulation of the impact of those strategies, making use of a digital replica of a city. This is a digital twin, which, as represented here, needs to gather large sets of data, to process them in intertwined models, and to provide appealing and adequate visualization of the results. This is what we have been producing during the last decade. We have, for example, been developing an innovative model to quantify the urban metabolism. This is the material and energy flows associated to the different economic activities, which are the basis for the environmental impacts associated to our consumption. In this model, we have classified materials in 18 categories, as represented on the right, and we do combine data from economic input-output tables with data available on international trade and a variety of national statistics, together with the database on products composition to draw the consumption of each of these materials by each economic sector. The result can be provided by this circular diagram, which characterizes what we may call the urban DNA, that represents in the left-hand side the material consumption and in the right the destination of these materials. In this case, we can see that the major material consumption consists of NM1, basically stone and sand, and that is allocated to GFCF, gross capital fixed formation, which is basically construction. But we do also see that there is FF1, low ash fuel consumption, which is largely exported, and this is due to the existence of a refinery. We could also present the resource productivity per economic sector, expressed in euros of added value per kilogram of material consumed in each economic sector, and this is very important to support a strategy intended to promote a structural transition for decarbonization. As the buildings are responsible for a major part of the greenhouse gases emissions, I will now illustrate another model capable to simulate with very high time and spatial resolution energy consumption of buildings in an entire city. This model is based on characterizing each individual building in a city as represented by an archetype, normally associated to specific periods of construction and types of buildings, such as apartment buildings, individual houses, or office space, for which, as represented in the figure, we provide all the details in terms of their constituting materials and construction techniques. This enables the use of life cycle assessment models to calculate the environmental impact of the building envelope, but also to make use of energy simulation models to quantify energy consumption associated to its use and the implications of a variety of rehabilitation options. We specify the different methods and tools that we have used and developed, which include, for example, the modeling of building integrated agriculture or the simulation of the environmental impact of the introduction of electric vehicles in public transportation. In order to test different strategies to achieve a carbon-neutral city, we assess the scale of the change required. We select intervention areas, we model their impact and represent the results with high time and spatial resolution. This is in a map. The next video illustrates how we do proceed by quantifying the impact of 4 building retrofit interventions in a Lisbon neighborhood, namely to improve envelopes, to replace windows, to promote lighting replacement, and to install solar photovoltaics, whose scale of intervention you will be able to vary in the respective sliders at the right, and which impact in the total energy use, intensity, including heating, cooling, and lighting, will be quantified in each building by changing its color. I hope that this brief presentation might have shown that our research and development efforts during the last decade have resulted in a complex urban digital twin that may be critical to support our transition to a carbon-neutral society. Thank you for your attention. We, in Lisbon, look forward to working with you to build a better world.
Many thanks to Dr. Paulo and Portugal for that contribution. I am now delighted to welcome Panama and Ambassador Carmen Gisela Vergara, Executive Director of Pro-Panama and an expert in international trade, business, negotiations and trade facilitation, to discuss the high-impact infrastructure projects that are transforming the mobility of Panama's urban and rural communities.
Hello, my name is Carmen Gisela Vergara and I am the Executive Director of Pro-Panama. Thank you so much for the organizers of Expo 2020 Dubai for the invitation to participate in this forum and explain to you a little bit of what we're doing in rural and urban development in our country. And for those of you who don't know Panama yet, please see the next video and I hope you enjoy it. Well, I hope you enjoyed that video as much as we have enjoyed making it. And let me just tell you that from the Export and Investment Promotion Agency Pro-Panama, we are here to help you with any information need that you might have in order to make your investment decision for our country. And very briefly, let me share with you the many reasons why we think Panama is the perfect place for your investment. And as you can see here in the graphic, there are some of the reasons why we think our offer is unique. But the most important one is the fact that you can find all of this in the small country of Panama. So maybe other countries can claim their geographical position or the use of the US dollar or the fact that they have political and legal sustainability. But really, all of these reasons comprised in Panama is what makes our offer unique. We have a logistics service center that has access to 1,700 ports worldwide, where 11 of the biggest shipping lines in the world offer services from Panama. And through the canal, that also is the place where the 6% of the world trade passes through, we have 160 countries that are clients of the Panama Canal and 144 maritime routes that are already served from Panama. The railroad serves as a dry canal and it hosts almost 1 million TEUs per year. And the Tocumen airport that houses the Copa hub, or the hub of the Americas as it is known, also has flights to 89 destinations. And so for the digital hub, we have the 7 fiber optic cables that cross the country, which gives us more connectivity than cities like New York and London. And we have also enacted a law last year to give personal data protection to the information that is housed in Panama. And going into the construction sector, this is a very important sector in the recovery process of our country because it contributes 20% of the GDP and is responsible for 9% of the employment in Panama. And it is also a good thermometer, a good indicator of economic growth, because the construction sector is the result of the investments of the public and private sector, and it can testify of the safety of the country for urban developments. Now, what we're trying to do here in Panama is to, on the one side, help products and people in the countryside to connect to the main city of Panama and also to the maritime routes that are served through the ports so that they can get their goods out into the markets. And for that, we are designing and developing a few projects in the countryside in the construction of roads and ports and transportation infrastructure, building bridges to access communities that right now are isolated within the countryside, and bringing them so that they can also show their culture to possible tourists that would want to visit them. And now, in the city, we have projects over billions of dollars in infrastructure. The Ministry of Public Works has just started developing 15 of those projects for $3 billion investment, and this is public investment. But we are also finishing the construction of the new terminal of the international airport, and we are expanding the metro line, which currently serves only the center of the city of Panama, 3 to 4 kilometers in the direction of the airport, which will make us one of the only cities in Latin America that you can take the metro from the airport into the center of the city. And next year, we are going to extend the line 3 of the metro that will cross over the Panama Canal and serve the people that live on the other side who work in the center of the city. This will serve to better the quality of life of these people that won't have to spend so much time in transportation, but also it will cut emissions and it will better the quality of lives of all Panamanians. And finally, we enacted last year a public-private partnership law which allows us to build a portfolio of projects with specific characteristics in roads, energy, telecommunications, public buildings, and ports. Currently, we have 4 projects within the portfolio, and you can see them here in this next slide. Right now, we have 3 maintenance projects and 1 project for electric transmission lines that are already developed in this portfolio. As I said, this is a very brief overview of what Panama has to offer and what we're doing in terms of urban and rural development. But if you want more information about anything that we have shared with you today, please feel free to contact us. You can see on the screen our information and our social networks, and we will be very happy to receive you in Panama and show you everything that we have to offer. Thank you.
Many thanks to Ambassador Vergara and Panama for that contribution. Finally, for this session, I would like to welcome from Hungary, Dr. Gabriela Medegi, Hainalka Juhas, and David Oho from the University of Pech Faculty of Engineering and IT to talk about the Nest Plus project that represents a prototype for environmentally conscious home design.
Hello, welcome everyone. My name is Hainalka Juhas, and I try to introduce our project, the Hungarian Nest Plus prototype building, which was created by the Sunshine team from University of Pécs Faculty of Engineering and Information Technology. This project was created at the Solar Decathlon competition at the European in 2019. It's an international innovative ecological competition with architectural aspects for universities, where the students need to create prototype homes. So we can talk about realized projects with renewable energy sources and with a carbon neutral endeavor. So we have to focus on the conscious thinking and the conscious use of resources, and also the sustainable solutions. And as you can see on the map, it's can called as a worldwide movement. So last year, this European session was held in Hungary, when after the designing process, the students, the teams got 2 weeks for the construction and also 2 weeks for the competition. In every year, the competition choose a topic, And last year, one of the choosable as a topic focuses on the housing stocks in Hungary, because 20% of the homes in Hungary, known as cube houses, these kind of buildings you can see on pictures. The problem with these buildings connected to the structures, it's got outdated structures and negative energy efficiency. So these are inherited buildings, and about the new energy strategy and action plan, our team start to redesign these old buildings. Our concept has two main parts. One was the low budget solutions, and the other was the high-tech ones. And to combine these two parts, we create new positive energy spaces. It was the main element of our rural development. So about the low budget solutions, we focus on the principles of recycling, the circularity, and using of the elements of the vernacular architecture, and with a green approach, and also a natural confidence of the environmental conscious thinking, we create our buildings conceptual part one. After that, the high-tech, the energy plus part was about the new construction and the use of new energy sources. And with an additional technological knowledge, we create our development in harmony with nature without ecological footprint. And firstly, about the low budget solutions in details, we rethink our original cube house. We rearrange the floor plan, divide the building into zones, a private, a long stay, a short stay, and a transitional zone, and optimize the functioning. And after with this movement, we provide more natural light and additional energy benefits to the users with better environmental connection. And now I'd like to give the word to David to continue.
All right. So I would like to talk about how part of our work in reducing or in rethinking the layout of the building, we wanted to maximize the energy benefits of these old houses, because initially one of the main problems was that these we didn't take advantage of how the spaces were defined and how they were built. And as Hani already said, we created new energy spaces, but then we rethought the floor plan, and so these new energy spaces were created through different elements of the building. Some of them were the cooling labyrinth that we had under our building. We also have the Venturi Tower on top of the building to allow for good airflow. And then there's a shading space around the building. And this, you kind of see in this diagram how the sun works in the summer and in the winter. During the summer, the basically external terrace allows for maximum sunlight to come into the terrace space, but the shaders around the building allow for shading, and so that you don't have too much sunlight. And in the winter, the shaders can be rolled and stuck together to make sure that there is enough sunlight. And then the Venturi Tower can also be slightly elevated to allow for light to come into the Venturi Tower. So the terrace in the building that we created is also used as extended living space. And that way we can open the terrace doors and have both an internal and external living space, especially during the summer when it's good to stay outside. And during the summer, there are different types of shaders, vertical and also horizontal. So from the top, it can be covered, and then also around the building during the winter. Okay. And here we moved on to the second R. So as we mentioned, there are 7 RE projects or RE7 project, and the second R is reduce. And so first we reduce the ecological footprint of the building. So with all of our recycled materials in the structure, we reduce the need for new buildings to be built because we use the exact materials from the old structures. So we reduce the ecological footprint and the need for new structures to be built. The cooling labyrinth under the building is made of recycled concrete. There's a passive fresh air supply, natural gravity ventilation, the Venturi tower and plate. The reduction of the CO2 emission is what I mentioned in terms of using these recycled materials. And then we also, because of our passive solutions in the building, including what the cooling labyrinth under does, and using gravitational ventilation, the air comes in through these Venturi towers and it's through the cooling labyrinth under the building, and then it's cooled and the warm air is pushed out through the Venturi tower. And because of this, it reduces the need for us to use mechanical systems to maintain the air quality within the building. Now, an interesting thing is that we, in this idea of reducing our ecological footprint as well, we use interesting solutions, for example, adobe plaster on the walls to make sure that the humidity inside the building is also well controlled. So these solutions that we brought together were very vital in maintaining that reduction of the CO2 emission from the buildings. Because as we know, a huge amount of the CO2 that is produced or that is emitted into the world is produced from the building industry and from buildings. So that was a major part of our project, to reduce the amount of CO2 emission that comes from the buildings. The third R, or the third RE, is the recycling. And so we focused on the principle of circularity. Our movable sliding walls, as I mentioned previously, around the building, it functions for shading. Now, during the winter, we have like polycarbonate shaders in these sliding walls. And so the good thing about it is that they can be taken out and replaced depending on the time of the year. And so during the summer, they can be replaced with wattle. So these are recycled weeds, basically, and they allow for the penetration of the sunlight through, but while also providing shading. And these rollers provide a secondary skin around the building, and they can also be any type of material. So it's not just limited to polycarbonate or wattle. It can be glass, it can be so many other things, and it can create a sense of identity for these buildings as well. Part of our recycling, as I mentioned, was the materials and the structures. So we use the materials and structures from the original buildings that are still useful. So for example, in the roofs of the old buildings, the tiles for the roofs were used in the cooling labyrinth as a base for us to place our concrete on top of it. And then we also left basically the main structure of the building so as not to cause too much damage, because of course we don't want to demolish all of those buildings and then leave waste, because that creates another problem. So that was a huge part to recycling the materials and structure. And then we also found an interesting way to reuse rainwater and grey water. So the water from the showers is used to flush the toilets, and then the rainwater that is collected into tanks that are located outside of the building can be used for our aquaponia and also for the watering of plants, because we were able to grow our own vegetables in the garden that we have right next to the terrace area in the exterior space. So this is all about how we recycle our spaces. And then there are the 4 other re's: reuse, replace. So part of our idea was to grow the trees. So this building was built mainly out of wood. So for the new buildings, we decided to grow enough trees that would take the place of the wood that was used, and even more trees than we used, so that we could make sure that the environment, the natural environment, wasn't suffering from our building, and we're actually cleaning the air through our planting of trees. And we also wanted our building to serve as a place where we can have basically a generational prosthesis. So in this prototype that we built, it was more of a community home. And that was one of the interesting things, that it could serve both as a community home and as a residential building. So a place where people from all ages can come and learn from each other and commune together and create a better community life. The smart solutions, we had solar panels on top of the roof, so that we had active roofs. We also had a green roof towards the western side of the building, and then we had automated solutions. So all the Venturi Tower can be controlled from an app on your phone, and the heating and cooling system as well can. And then the building is also energy positive because of we actually created more energy than we needed to run the building. So we were creating energy and we were reducing the CO2 emissions. So that became the other side of our Energy Plus project of the, in the high-tech solutions part of the building. And now there are some pictures to kind of show what our final, what we were able to come up with as a final prototype in the Solar Decathlon project. So that is some basically views, perspective views. You can see the wattle shaders around because this was built during the summer. So these wattle shaders were used and they can kind of change the facade of the building. Here you can see the terrace space. In that open space, if you can see the two bars, those are for the horizontal shaders that I mentioned. So this is a textile shader that can be rolled across and behind, also automatically controlled. So during the summer, it can be rolled over to cover that terrace space, and during the winter, rolled back. On the picture on the left, you can see the acroponia, and in front of the building, we had a green wall that is good during the summer, and during the winter it's not present anymore because, of course, like the plants died during that time, and so it was useful. And here you can see the interiors. We were able to use the Adobe solutions even on the walls of the bathroom, and with a special wax we were able to make the walls waterproof. And you can see the Venturi Tower, the picture in the middle, and on the picture on the left you can see the living space, the dining and the kitchen area and the living room area as well. And these are some of our sponsors. And thank you very much for your attention. I would like to give it over to Gabriella to say a few remarks to end our session.
So I don't have anything, only summarize that and then say thank you how you've shown our project from last year. I guess the description and all the illustration was more clear, so I don't think so that I need to add anything else. Yeah, it was probably the project itself. It was one of our most biggest successes from last year, so we are really proud on that. All the students, the colleagues who took part in that, and all the sponsors who gave all their money or items to being realized, and generally, I guess I can tell you that it was it's a real experience, I guess, working on these messages together as a faculty. Thank you.
Thank you to everyone who has contributed so far today. We will now take a short break before reconvening at 12 p.m. UAE time to continue our program with the Spotlight with UN Habitat, titled No Limits, Solutions for Last Mile Services in Slums and Informal Settlements. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back to the final day of our pre-Expo Urban and Rural Development Week. I would now like to welcome for our panel brought to you by UN Habitat, our moderator, Dr. Shipra Narang Suri, Chief of the Urban Practices Branch of the Global Solutions Division at UN Habitat.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world as you watch this session. Welcome to this session titled No Limits, Best Practices for Last Mile Services in Slums and Informal Settlements. A big thanks to the Dubai Expo 2020 for providing this opportunity to share innovations and mobilize partnerships to implement the Sustainable Development Goals with integrated solutions that leave no one and no place behind. As we know, 1 in 8 people in the world live in slums and informal settlements today. These are 1 billion people. The numbers are rising just as the gap between rich and poor countries continues to widen. COVID-19, this pandemic that has overtaken our lives in 2020, has been the biggest advertisement, perversely, for the need for basic services, for the need for adequate public space, adequate housing, adequate mobility in order to allow physical distancing, but at the same time maintain sustainable livelihoods, social protection, and enhance the realization of human rights in cities. COVID-19 gives us the momentum that we need to rethink our development priorities. We must act conclusively and comprehensively against increasing inequalities and rising poverty. The time has really come for a paradigm shift, if not now, then when? National and local governments, the private sector, NGOs, community leaders, local governments, a range of actors must come together, must partner to find innovative, integrated, practical green solutions for this sustainable transformation. So I'm very, very pleased today to be moderating this session. We have an excellent panel. UN Habitat champions inclusive, resilient, and diverse cities with mixed uses, dynamic spaces where everyone can have an adequate home, an environment to grow and prosper, where human rights are realized for all. And I hope that the panel we have today will show us and share experiences and best practices on how this can be done. We're talking about mobility, water and sanitation, public space as key entry points for transforming informal settlements and slums and mainstreaming them as part of the urban fabric. So without further ado, let me quickly introduce the panelists we have today who will share their different perspectives. We have Ms. Mai Flor, the Executive Director of Waterlinks, who was internationally known senior water and sanitation specialist professional based in the Philippines. Mai, thank you for joining us. We have Ms. Salma Mosalem, who works on mobility. Salma is currently the Mobility Program Officer at UN Habitat, working to promote bus rapid transit and non-motorized transportation, bringing to us a very important perspective of connectivity and mobility. So Salma, welcome to the panel. We also have Andrea Panizzo, co-founder of Eva Studio. Andrea, thank you for joining us. He's an architect from the Polytechnic di Milano and has been working a lot in the whole public space realm. So Andrea, we would love to hear from you on is public space a luxury in informal settlements? But with those perspectives, and then we have a surprise speaker. I hope he will join us in a couple of seconds. And when he joins us, then I will introduce him. So let me go quickly. First of all, give the floor to Mai. Each of you will have about 4 to 5 minutes to talk about your work, to talk about your experiences. And then if we have some time, we can get into a bit of a discussion. Mai, access to safe water is a human right. But yes, COVID has shown that human rights is not being realized everywhere, and we need to close this gap. So tell us a little bit about how this gap can be closed. What is the role of water operators, for example, in achieving this last mile of water provision in slums? And what do you see as the way the sector is going as your vision for 2030? The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Shipra. Well, 20 years since the MDGs were launched, 5 years since the SDGs were launched, and Asia still has 30% of its 4.5 billion population facing acute water shortages, and at least 1.5 billion still without access to safe sanitation. 70 million still practice open defecation, and 80% of wastewater is still left untreated. So Asia being 2/3 of the world's population, a lot is going on here. It's not to say that nothing has moved since the launch of these targets, but clearly quite a lot still needs to be done. The pandemic has further made the situation more critical, as water supply and wastewater services are essential to an effective COVID response. And given the numbers that I just quoted, then sadly, quite a number of Asia's population do not have currently those services and therefore hamper their ability to address COVID. Waterlinks is an organization that promotes peer-to-peer learning through a platform called Water Operators Partnerships, essentially a training program between water operators, one that has achieved a level of success and another that has yet to achieve that level of success. And the idea is the mentor will be teaching the mentee over a period of time, let's say 18 months to 24 months typically, to get them to address some operational concerns. A major issue in developing Asia is water losses. 70%, as high as 70%, the World Bank has calculated many water utilities in urban Asia lose about 70% of water supply through the pipes without even reaching customers. So couple that with the climate change that's happening now, which is obviously also impacting supply availability, then having inefficient operations of these water operators obviously exacerbates an already difficult situation. Let's not even get into sanitation. Sanitation numbers are quite far lagging behind water, while water supply for the most part in developing Asia, even if not 24/7 water supply, there is still some water supply being provided. But in the case of sanitation, the numbers are quite dismal. In the Philippines, where I live, coverage is in single digits throughout the country. And customers are really left to decide for themselves to deal with it on a private operator basis, meaning you call up a private service provider to deal with the situation of emptying out your septic tanks, and whether or not this is properly treated is also in question. And these numbers that I'm talking about in the situation that I've just enumerated is repeated again and again throughout the Asia Pacific region. And again, 2/3 of the world's population, so you can see that the issue is a problem. Waterlinks aims to participate, or rather provide support to these water utilities to improve their services in the hope that they will be able to expand access. We are one of 3 regional platforms of the Global WAPS Alliance, which is attached to UN Habitat. And in fact, Water Operator Partnerships is a program that is a UN program, in fact, that has been identified by then Prime Minister Hashimoto of Japan under the Hashimoto Action Plan. And so far, with the support of the likes of course, the UN, the likes of USAID, the Asian Development Bank, we have been able to put together 80 such partnerships in various aspects of utility operations. And we have expanded access and improved access to water supply services by as much as 1.5 million customers. We have also helped strengthen the capacities of over 3,000 practitioners and leveraged funding at the rate of 1:1. The concept here is that the mentors do not charge for time. The mentees, of course, contribute their time for being not just time, but also some resources in getting equipment and or infrastructure that needs to be built based on the learnings that is being learned from the mentors. Then the mentee is able to deal with that on its own through its own budgets. The program covers all of the flight costs and essentially just that, flights and facilitation costs for the partnerships. It has been quite successful, and we are hoping that WOPs will become more known, not just in Asia, but throughout the world.
Great, thank you so much, Mai. And I think this is very interesting also because, you know, very often you talk about working community by community, you know, in a sort of retail way, but your work is definitely showing us how important it is to engage the institutional actors, the water operators, you know, in terms of connecting the slum communities and the informal settlements to the network. And to making sure that that network is not using 70%, you know, of the supply due to systemic inefficiencies.
In fact, one of the topics that is also a hot topic on these operator partnerships would be connecting the urban poor. And that has been quite successful. We've done some work in India, in the Philippines, as well as Indonesia, in trying to expand access, not just of the urban sprawl, but really even in informal settlements. So that has been happening as well.
That is absolutely fundamental. Thank you so much, Mai. And also for that perspective on Asia. So we go now from Asia to the Arab states, from water to mobility, which is a very, very important entry point. We know that the lack of accessibility of slums, the spatial inequality that we see in cities, unsafe and unaffordable transport are critical bottlenecks for inclusive transformation and prosperity for all. We often forget how mobility is a fundamental driver alongside water and sanitation for resilient, safe and inclusive cities. So let me go to Salma. Salma, tell us a little bit how your work ensures that mobility is driving socioeconomic inclusion. When you design a mobility concept for a city, how do you look at integrating people living in these extremely disadvantaged areas? In a city like Greater Cairo, for example, my God, how do you develop solutions and what are the benefits that you see coming out of your work? Please.
Thank you, Shipra. So, you know, for me, when we start to talk about mobility, we really have to shift our lens. We've been talking about a paradigm shift, but we also need that within the sector, which is where we shift from talking about transportation and we talk about accessibility, like you mentioned. So if I'm a typical transportation planner, I'm probably going to think, how can I connect neighborhood A to neighborhood B? And then I'll look at the travel demand and I'll do a cost benefit analysis. And those are the things that inform my decision. But what if one of those neighborhoods is an informal neighborhood, right? And what if we apply the idea of accessibility? Then we have a whole host of other questions to answer, like who's living there? What are they able to afford? Will services run at the times that accommodate their needs? And this is also where it's important to look at culture or just human behavior, right? So if I'm looking at a dual income nuclear family, it's very different than if I'm looking at a household where the grandparent and the parent and the grandchild are all living together. And so to answer that first question about, you know, how do you ensure mobility delivers socioeconomic inclusion? I think that if we apply the accessibility lens from the very beginning, when we are planning different mobility concepts, and that basically means that we look at that intersection of transport policy, social policy, and urban policy. And that's the very beginning of trying to build inclusion. And and then I think that the product of that is that we develop tools that residents in informal settlements can really use and afford and respond to their needs. You know, when we look at the UN Habitat's Planning and Design for Sustainable Urban Mobility report, right, it says in the poor informal housing settlements on the outskirts of Mexico City, beyond the service jurisdiction of the city's metro system, residents sometimes take 2 to 3 shared taxi rides to reach a terminal, and that these provide low-cost connections to the city and job opportunities. Travel can take 25% or more of their daily wages, and time costs can be exorbitant. They can be 20% of workers in Mexico City spend more than 3 hours traveling to and from work each day. And so we know that if we achieve better efficiencies and if we cover our cities better with integrated modes of transport, then we're really working to lift the poor, right? Because here, this time and efficiency gains are better spent on education, on food, and a general better quality of life. And so I think, you know, if you have a metro, you have to start thinking, okay, most low-income folks are actually moving through walking or cycling. So how can I make sure that they get to that metro station in a better way? And since that most low-income folks are cycling, why don't we build more and more bike lanes like we've seen in Bogota, where they've built hundreds of kilometers, right? And I think, you know, it would be great if every city could build 10 different lines of metro, but most of the time it's too expensive. And as a result, it gets heavily subsidized and becomes out of reach for low income folks, right? So what are they using now? It's the informal transport, right? And it has really filled in the gap for a lot of services. Sorry, I keep. But the problem with that is that, you know, when transport is being filled by private transport or informal transport, as it says in this report, travelers often have to pay large, sometimes it's shares of their incomes, because paratransit operators can set prices at whatever the market will bear. So they're going for the for-profit line, not for the accessibility line, not for the person who has a shift that ends at 1 a.m., you know, because there isn't that much demand. But that person is depending on that job, right? So I think, you know, regulation of the public transport sector is crucial in order to have better mobility that's more inclusive. And just to answer also the question about, you know, how do we measure? Well, you know, we can look at the SDGs for this, right? So, you know, indicator 11.21 says that is the proportion of the population that has convenient access to public transport by age, sex, and persons with disabilities. And when we say, you know, the proportion of the population, that means everyone in the population. It doesn't mean the people living in formal neighborhoods, it's formal and informal. And that can really guide what we want to implement in our cities. And so, you know, you asked about Greater Cairo, and Greater Cairo is an enormous metropolitan region with over 18 million people and about 80 kilometers of metro, you know, and we probably can't build that much more. We're trying to, but we can't. So I think what we're trying to do is really say, people are moving. It's true, people are getting where they need to go, but let's make that more efficient. Let's make it more affordable, and let's make sure they don't spend a lot of time wasted taking more than one mode of transport.
Great, thank you so much, Salma. I think those are very important points. Before I go to Andrea, let me welcome Honorable Kwasi Boateng Ajay, the Deputy Minister from Ghana. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, for joining us. I will come to you in a couple of minutes to ask you to give a wider perspective after we've heard from all our colleagues working on different sectors and different entry points. And give me 5 minutes to go to Andrea and then come back to you. And I hope you can stay with us. Andrea, coming to you, Salma raised this very important point and talked about the accessibility lens, you know, for looking at transportation systems and looking at mobility. Now, the accessibility lens is also equally important for public space. We talk about public being available, but often not well distributed, often not accessible. But we also know that in informal settlements, public spaces is particularly important because there is so little of it and it is used for such multiple purposes for livelihoods, for cultural use, for social use, even for children to sit and study. So, yet at the same time, some people say that it's a luxury when people don't have housing. Giving them well-designed public space is a luxury. What does your experience tell us, particularly in the two contexts that you work extensively in Haiti, Lebanon? What can you share with us which will help flip this narrative?
So as you also mentioned earlier, as we have witnessed in the past months, COVID-19 has so far accelerated the pressing need of reclaiming public space for our cities. As probably also they are the only places where physical distancing is still possible, respecting physical distancing is still possible, without necessarily cutting much needed face-to-face social interaction. I like to think of public space as the backbone of our cities. You're talking about luxury. Sometimes it's considered like luxury, almost cosmetics. It's just considered like a beautiful landscape that it could be like a nice thing to have in an informal settlement, but it's basically like a pressing priority in any type of like urban context, and it's especially urgent in informal neighborhoods. They are growing fast, they're densely populated, very densely populated, and they're also like marginalized. Private space is normally very predominant. Public space is often reduced to those only necessary for circulation. In this informal context, any available urban space and good design really can make a difference and matter. Our studio, EVA, is a research and design practice based in London, Haiti, and Lebanon. And since 2014, our work has been focusing mainly on addressing global challenges such as urbanization, urban displacement, and climate change. To give you a little bit of context, in Haiti, 75% of the population live in informal neighborhoods, and our studio has been working on several public spaces in 4 different slums. These settlements are located in the outskirts of the capital, Port-au-Prince. They are characterized by an extremely dense urban fabric and the lack of basic services. They're extremely poor and vulnerable to climate change risks, such as floods and landslides. The public space we have designed were informed by an extensive community engagement and participatory process to identify the needs and the priorities from the local community. And through those, we deliver multi-purpose programs with 3 overarching objectives. 1, to give the community a space to breathe and to come together, and really to reinforce social ties. We almost wanted to provide the residents, they live in inadequate housing, with a communal living room, especially true for those they don't have a living room in their own homes. 2, combining physical infrastructure with social infrastructure to both deliver urgent measures to mitigate environmental risk, as well as to strengthen community resilience. 3, to deliver identity, a sense of a place, and ownership among the residents. Changing country, in Lebanon, we have recently completed a pilot project in a poor neighborhood in Tripoli, second largest cities, and it was a collaboration with UN Habitat. Tripoli has recently witnessed the high influx of Syrian refugees since 2011, and in this particular neighborhood, the refugee population counts up to 70%. Additionally, the site of our project is located in a post-conflict area, where until 2014, public space was associated with violence, gunshots, and snipers, which is the main reason why it was underused or sometimes dismissed for years. The project consists in the rehabilitation of public stairs with the goal of delivering site-specific and culturally appropriate design solutions to improve perception of safety, which was very important, and to foster social cohesion. In all our projects, we run post-occupancy evaluation after the completion of the construction to better understand the impact of these public spaces within the community. In Haiti, measuring the impact of our projects demonstrated that even if very small in scale, this project had brought like a positive transformation way beyond the neighborhood scale. So it went to the city scale and helped sewing back together the formal part with the informal part of the city, which was very important. We've been talking about accessibility. So like through different findings, we really demonstrated that the importance and the impact of like a public space can really create like this connection that sometimes are physical, sometimes are like social, between the different parts of the city. In Lebanon, the urban fabric of Tripoli is very sectarian. It's sometimes made out of visible, sometimes made out of invisible lines that only the residents can see. And through the evaluation, we understood that the impact of the project really helped breaking some of these lines and really creating like a common ground for host community and to bridge the social gap and the social and cultural gap between the host community and host communities and the new arrivals.
Thank you, Andrea. Very interesting and very important how design, but also the inclusive process around the design can make a very big difference.
Absolutely.
And that is absolutely fun. Thank you. Let me now give the floor to the Minister from Ghana, Honorable Kwasi Boateng Adjei. Minister, wonderful to have you with us. You have been one of the champions of UN Habitat's participatory slum upgrading program, which has been implemented in Ghana for over a decade, with the support of course, the Asia African Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific Countries and the European Union. This project was selected as a Dubai Expo best practice. Minister, why does this project stand out? What is it that makes it impactful? What is it that has led to the transformation of slum communities and informal settlements? And what legacy is this project leaving Ghana? Please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. And then let me say hi to your panelists and to the rest of the people who are on this program. It's true, the slum upgrading program in Gamashi has been a major success because hitherto Gamashi, a very populous area, and the place not so well organized. But with the introduction of the program, a lot of things have happened with the involvement of the community, because the project has impacted about 100,000 people in the Gamashi area. And what you find with the project is that it takes, it uses the community's involvement. It's a bottom-up approach type of project. And what we have seen with it is that the community has been very much active in the implementation of the.
Minister, we have lost your sound. Is it just me or?
It has been with of mobility, poverty, sanitation, and other aspects of the lives of the people. And the intervention that was done in Gamashi involved the community setting up their own group, working together with the stakeholders and ensuring that the program succeeded. The effect of it is that now if you go to Gamashi, the place is so well opened up. The alleys have been done. The young people there now can have places where they can pass spend their pastime. They can do sporting activities. They have social meeting places, places for women to go and learn trades, or even have a situation where women who live in that community now are able to ply their own businesses and also take care of their kids because of the provision of places for their young ones to play. So for us in Ghana, it has been a success story in the sense that you get to Gamashi now, it's a completely changed place. You would now not say it's you call it a slum area. And I think that the effect of it has been monumental for the people of Gamashi and, for that matter, the entire country.
Thank you very much for that perspective. We can't hear you anymore. We've lost you again.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Minister. You have another minute if you'd like to conclude.
Yeah, so the lessons we've learned from the slum improvement program in Gamashi, what we're doing is we are replicating it in other areas. So it's become a major thrust area in our policy drive. For now, in Ghana, we have a Ministry of Zongo and Inner Cities Development. In Ghana, most of the Zongos are very, very compact with not having enough facilities. So the implementation of this program in those areas, or the extension of this program in those areas, has the potential of improving upon the lives of the people in these Zongos. What is another thing that we need to really look at is that when we get the people involved in the solutions to these problems, the results are monumental. You go to Gamashi and everybody is part of this whole process, this whole change process. And I think that is the reason why we had a good success rate with the implementation of.
Great. Thank you, Minister. I've lost you again, but thank you very much for that perspective and for those lessons. Can everybody hear me? Yes? Okay, great. Thank you very much for that perspective. I believe we have to round up the session. And I just want to say a couple of words on what we've heard. 4 points. One, the importance of all these different sectors working together to provide integrated solutions. That you can't have just mobility, a focus on just housing, a focus on just public space or just water and sanitation. They have to come together in order to provide good, impactful solutions. Second, what the minister just said, what Andrea said, and Salma, the importance of inclusive participatory processes. The solution will only work if it is well owned, well engaged, and owned by everybody. Third, very important, both Salma and Mai mentioned this, the importance of institutional partnerships for sustainable impact. Because we can't do this community by community in a retail fashion. We really have to work with and engaging institutions for large-scale impact. And finally, a citywide perspective is fundamental for transformatory impact. You cannot do only, you cannot run this in parts. You cannot have a mobility solution in piecemeal. You can have a public solution, a public space solution piecemeal. You have to have a citywide perspective for transformative impact. So with those thoughts, let me leave it there and thank again the platform of Dubai Expo, which is absolutely fundamental, critical to share these solutions to go forward. Just to say to all our participants, we are going to have a much more elaborate, detailed conversation on the same topic on the last mile services in slums and informal settlements next year at the Dubai Expo. So this was just a teaser. We hope you will be able to join us, to listen in, to share, and to expand the uptake of the solutions that are being shared in these platforms. Thank you all again for joining us, and keep up the great work and the great partnerships you have on the ground there. Thank you.
Many thanks to our friends at UN Habitat for that illuminating conversation. Next is Slovenia, who will be represented by Mr. Matjaž Logar, Executive Director of the Strategic Research and Innovation Partnership for Smart Cities and Communities, and Mr. Andrej Kotar, who is Chair of the Program Board for the same organization. They will be joined by Ms. Tjasa Fico, Deputy Mayor, City of Ljubljana, and finally, Mr. Frank Bogovic, Member of the European Parliament from Slovenia.
Welcome to Slovenia's presentation on urban and rural development. From rural environments to big cities, we're doing everything we can to create a green future for Slovenia. Let's start by presenting the greatest natural wealth of our country, forests and wood. Forests cover more than 1/2 of our territory. Today, the importance of forests and wood is greater than ever before.
Slovenia, the green heart of Europe. Discover opportunities of its green, creative and smart wood industry. Driven by sustainable and innovative architecture for a healthy living environment. Create a green future with wood.
Our first speaker definitely knows the significance of living in harmony with nature and thus creating a green future for Slovenia. His favorite leisure activity is to attend to the family apple orchard at his farm. He is a member of the European Parliament, representing the Slovenian People's Party, SLS, in the European People's Party, EPP, political group. He is a big proponent of healthy, homegrown food and the smart villages concept.
This is the answer how to stop depopulation of rural areas. We know that globalization and also digitalization made big changes in last years. It starts by traffic, by roads, by environmental infrastructure, social infrastructure, cultural infrastructure, health infrastructure. But at the end of all, you need also quality broadband connection if you want to work from at home, if you want to have small business at home, or if you want to be connected with the world of 21st century. The robots, sensors help to work. We have dairy robots. We have many sorting machines which use robots, sensors, and the work on farm is much more efficient, and it's easier for farmers to work this hard. There are in last years many opportunities with new digital platforms, how to connect people who produce food and consumers. There are many things which are connected with other sectors, social care, e-health. These are things which we can do much better for people who live in rural areas in this 21st century, and in smart villages concept. In Slovenia, we have a very good example. NGO Sopotniki, together with volunteers on one side and municipality on another side, offer free travel for people older than 65 years in rural areas. There are also many opportunities in energy sector. Sometimes you need also some digital tools also for energy sector, and to be as proactive consumer part of electricity system. It's very important that on national level, people, politicians and also all other people understand this concept and that they are involved in this. Through these activities, I am sure that the heart of Europe, what the rural areas are, will develop in next years, and Slovenia play here a very important role. In Smart Villages concept, we think about people. We don't think about business and about big money. People are first and essential for this concept.
Not only smart villages, Slovenia has actively started implementing its smart specialization strategy for urban living. One of the tools for its implementation is SRIP, Strategic Research and Innovation Partnership for smart cities and communities. Mr. Matjaž Logar will briefly present the strategy.
Slovenia actively participating in implementation of smart specialization strategy. One of the tools of smart specialization is strategic research innovation partnerships, smart cities and communities. Smart cities and communities partnerships compose several industrial verticals such as quality of urban living, health, mobility, logistics and transport, ecosystem of smart cities, and several horizontal enabling technologies such as Internet of Things, Internet of Services, high power computing, big data, digital transformation. Smart cities and communities partnership started like 4 years ago. It was a new initiative in Slovenian environment, and we have quite challenging times at the beginning of the starting. We are also one of the largest smart strategic research innovation partnership with more than 130 membership. And after a few years, we managed to stabilize our activities. Smart cities and communities' main goals is create a supportive synergies between the businesses and research organizations, creates connection between the state and members of the Smart Cities and Communities Partnership, promotion of membership and their products, and presents new solutions and products for improving the quality of life in the cities. We are sure that we will represent one of the strongest players in the implementation of the Green Deal.
The digital transformation we are facing these days has a great impact on economic growth and quality of life. Digital transformation is also one of the priorities of the European Union. Mr. Andrej Kotar, the chair of the Program Council at Smart Cities and the Communities Strategic Partnership, will explain Slovenia's approach.
In Slovenia, we united behind national declaration to boost digital transformation of cities, communities and villages towards sustainable smart society. Based on national declaration, a strong cooperation of all stakeholders is committed, including national and local governments, wider public sector companies, universities, research institutions, non-government organizations and others. With such a strong commitment of all stakeholders, Slovenia is in great position to become a reference smart society country. Also, our European partners have recognized that, and together with them, we are preparing for reference smart society projects within select Slovenian towns and communities, which will be implemented during the Slovenian presidency of the European Union in 2021. With this reference project, Slovenia shall become an example for others to follow in Europe and globally.
A great example of urban development is Slovenia's capital, the city of Ljubljana, which was declared European Green Capital of 2016. Since then, Ljubljana continues with its great practices in being a green, creative, sustainable, and smart city of the future. More on that will be presented by Ms. Tjaša Ficko, Deputy Mayor of Ljubljana.
Ljubljana is among greenest capitals. With more than 560 square meters of green areas per capita, it has almost 3/4 of all the city services that are green, and we are additionally greening it. We turned 100 hectares of brownfield into additional recreational areas and parks when people can rest, relax, socialize, and enjoy their lives. We know that traffic has been one of the key challenges of modern urban communities, and we have successfully implemented some great changes in the field of sustainable mobility in Ljubljana. For example, we have changed the heartbeat of the city by closing the city center for motorized traffic. Not one street, but almost 11 hectares. We implemented electric vehicles with drivers that people can use for free. We even built additional bridges to shorten the distances. The results of our bike-sharing system Bicikl are exceeding our goals and expectations every year. And 100% electric car-sharing system is getting more and more popular. That is really just a small part of the many changes, more than 2,200 projects that we have successfully implemented in Ljubljana so far, with one key goal: additionally improve high quality of life for our citizens. I will turn to the future and tell you that right now we are setting our new vision, Ljubljana 2045, where we will follow our green and sustainable path as it already is in our DNA, and additionally strengthen our digital component for upgrades and greater connectivity of our existing city services and new innovative solutions.
As you can see, Slovenia loves innovative and digital solutions and is highly successful in implementing them to both urban and rural environments, all with the goal of creating a green future and a low-carbon society. Let's connect and share best practices for a better future. And make sure to visit us at Expo 2021. Thank you for your attention and see you soon.
Thank you so much to our friends in Slovenia. After seeing that, I know I can't wait to visit. Finally, in this session, I am delighted to welcome the International Labour Organization represented by Simel Assim, head of the Cooperatives Unit at ILO, to talk about the future of work in rural economies.
Greetings from the International Labour Organization and its Cooperatives Unit, where we are celebrating our 100th year anniversary. Many thanks to Expo 2020 Dubai for inviting us. I would like to share some thoughts on how cooperatives can contribute to the future of rural communities. We are living through a moment of great disruption. The unfolding crises around the COVID-19 pandemic are further exacerbating already existing injustices and precariousness. Historically, during periods of crises, the values of cooperation, solidarity, and mutualism experience an increase in popularity. In such times, people turn to cooperatives for sustainable solutions. As autonomous businesses that are jointly owned and democratically controlled by their members, cooperatives are a tested model toward achieving economies of scale and improving access to markets, financing, information, and other sources. In rural areas, cooperatives are found in many sectors: in agriculture, fisheries, horticulture, forestry, social protection, tourism, finance, transport, insurance, dairy. And agricultural cooperatives are, of course, the most prominent among them. They support diversification of crops, improve watershed management, and contribute to climate change mitigation. Cooperatives have played a major role in rural electrification in many countries, from Argentina to the US. In Bangladesh, there is a rural electrification program that connects 50,000 villages to the electricity grid. More recently, across Europe, cooperatives are enabling democratic local control over renewable energy production and reasonable pricing. Forestry co-ops protect the rights of forest communities and co-op members and promote sustainable forestry practices across countries. The Tree Growers Cooperative Society in India is one example. The state provides a long-term lease for the cooperative, which then establishes and manages tree plantations on the village common lands with active involvement of the community for improved livelihoods and income. Cooperatives contribute to realizing the right to food. Alternative food networks associated with fair trade, solidarity purchasing, and collective provisioning highlight the role that cooperative model of mutuality and solidarity can play in fostering more equitable agro-food systems and promoting greener and fairer practices across different levels of the supply chain. As community-based enterprises, cooperatives have been instrumental in increasing access to employment and work, upgrading and integrating small-scale farming into agribusiness value chains, and improving livelihoods of rural workers through provision of basic services. They also promote representation and voice among rural workers, especially those in vulnerable groups such as women, headed households, and indigenous people. Co-ops contribute to gender equality and women's empowerment in rural areas. Rural women play various roles in cooperatives as producers, users, members, leaders, and by working together through co-ops, women can enhance their access to natural and productive resources, markets, and basic services. In northern Sri Lanka, after years of civil war, cooperatives helped build the resilience of local communities, especially among women heads of households. A women farmers development cooperative cultivating seed groundnuts helped its members access markets and establish savings. Co-ops also provide an alternative model of financing development of rural communities. Credit unions, savings and credit cooperative organizations are prominent financial service providers for rural populations across countries from Canada to Uganda to France to Japan and Ethiopia. They are setting up solidarity funds and crowdfunding initiatives now in the context of COVID-19 pandemic to support local businesses and vulnerable populations. They also make use of modern mobile technologies. Rural communities, in fact, make up the fastest growing market for mobile applications. In recent years, cooperatively owned, controlled online applications are facilitating rural workers and producers access to markets and other services. Cooperatives in rural areas offer diverse forms of social protection, notably through cooperative insurance and mutual health insurance. When built up through their secondary and tertiary institutions with supportive legal and financial ecosystems, they can be effective tools for workers' health and old age income security. In Rwanda, Senegal, and Ghana, mutual health insurance systems provide extensive community-based health insurance covering majority of people in rural and informal economies. Co-op-to-co-op trade is an innovative example of co-ops at the producer and consumer end of the supply chain joining forces, shortening the value chains, improving product traceability, and adopting environmentally friendly practices. Co-op-to-co-op trade can help lower the cost of trade, ensure fairer prices, and better incomes for cooperative members and their communities. Kenyan producer Cooperatives Coffee has found its ways on the shelves of Co-op Denmark, a consumer cooperative, through direct co-op-to-co-op trade. Similarly, biological pineapples from Togolese cooperatives of young women and men are being sold in retail cooperatives across Italy. The world needs innovative solutions to improve employment opportunities and working conditions. There are growing calls for non-traditional business models. While cooperatives have a rich tradition, their values and principles have enabled them to continually adapt and innovate. A new generation of cooperatives are emerging and leading the transition to community-owned renewable energy, developing and democratizing new technologies, and repairing damaged ecosystems. They offer a model for living, growing, and thriving together in harmony with our planet. We look forward to the outcomes of the conversations in the scope of this forum, and thank you.
Thank you to Simel, ILO, and indeed to all of those who've contributed to that last round of Expo Family Talks. Now we will take a short break before we reconvene at 1:30 p.m. UAE time for a session on circular economy, water, and the co-creation of climate-resilient and adaptive cities brought to you by the Netherlands. Thank you and see you shortly. Expo Urban and Rural Development Week. Now it's time to introduce His Excellency Hans Sandi, Commissioner General of the Netherlands at Expo 2020 Dubai and Consul General of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to Dubai. Your Excellency.
Thank you so much. I want to welcome you all at this session on economy water, where we will specifically focus on climate adaptation and resilient cities. The Netherlands, as you know, is participating in Expo 2020. We do that to connect with the world, to work on a more sustainable future for all of us. Now necessary more than ever. All over the world, the impact of climate change stresses countries, cities, and indeed communities. People urge for revolutionary changes in our so-called built environment. The role of built environment in the transition to circular economy is critical, and water, with all its different angles, plays an important role. The Netherlands, as you know, has a long history when it comes to water, and indeed also when it comes to energy and food. They are, in a way, the very foundation on which our nation was built and is built. And it's therefore not without a reason that the topic of uniting water, energy, and food is the overarching theme for the Netherlands Expo participation. Ladies and gentlemen, during this session, 3 excellent speakers would like to share their experiences and want to show how the Netherlands envisions the transition towards more resilient cities that will eventually create new opportunities for living. The first speaker is Mr. Arnoud Molenaar. Arnoud is the Chief Resilience Officer at the city of Rotterdam, and he will share his insights on how Rotterdam lives with water in times of climate change, and how cities all around the world can become more resilient using climate change as a driver. Arnoud, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Hans. Let me begin straight away because we only have a short time. So in my presentation, I will give a snapshot about how the city of Rotterdam in the Netherlands is working on resiliency. And this image already shows that climate resilience is hugely important. We are a coastal city with a huge port, and water is coming literally from all directions, you could say. So climate resilience, climate adaptation, of course, obviously will be high on our agenda. However, climate change is not the only challenge actually that we are facing. And like many other cities, we are together in an era of change, you could say. So now we are facing climate change. At the same time, we're in the middle of a pandemic, and at the same time, we are facing a digital revolution, which is also disruptive for our cities. It is an opportunity because we can use these smart solutions. On the other hand, we are creating more vulnerabilities. At the same time, we are facing a huge energy transition, and for example, the inequity in our cities is increasing. So many changes that go with sometimes with shocks and stresses. And therefore, we think resiliency is getting a more important capacity for cities to develop and to build on. We are using the definition that the Resilient City Network is using because we became member of this network in 2014. And what I understand is that also Dubai is trying and also talking with the network to become a member city, which would be great. So resiliency is about prevention, but it is also about to be able to bounce back, to adapt, but not back to the original level, but to bounce back better, the thrive situation, and that's important. Rotterdam has been able to launch the first ever holistic resilience strategy in 2016 and addressed all these different topics. So it's not only about climate resilience, it's also about social resilience, it's about cyber resilience, etc. Very important. Yep. So back to climate change, because that's the core of this talk. We have been working on adaptation, climate resilience for a decade right now, and the main you could say, approach of our working on climate adaptation is to invest in multifunctional solutions. This is just a compilation with a few examples. For example, on the right-hand top corner, our rowing track. This is designed because we needed this for the sports and recreation, but at the same time, it is also water storage. In the middle, you see the famous water square, where we redesigned the public space. And this is good for social cohesion. It is a meeting place, but at the same time, it is allowed to overflow. So this is the way we work on a better, more attractive city, taking into account adaptation. So it's, you could say, resilience by design. My clicker is, I want to go to the next slide. Yep. Sorry. Yes, so, and this is not even enough. So we think because of all these different challenges, we have to do it in even a more integrated way. And this is just an example of how we, on a scale of a district, work on the different challenges at the same time. And the core challenge here is that we want to find out how we can use the energy transition and the climate adaptation to work on a more social resilient district, a really integrated approach. Finally, my last slide. So my main message actually is build on resilience. It is necessary in this era of change. And it is also a window of opportunity. You can adapt and work on resilience, and it will also result in a more attractive, green, more livable city. And we are happy to share our approach with all other cities around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Arnoud, for sharing the Rotterdam experience with us. And I especially like the terms bouncing back and indeed the holistic approach. That's very important. That's indeed key for the future. Now I would like to invite Tjeerd Hakau for his presentation. Tjeerd, ladies and gentlemen, is co-founder of architectural studio Space and Matter, and he will demonstrate how the multi-stakeholder approach led to sustainable projects in another beautiful city in the Netherlands, namely Amsterdam. Tjeerd, the floor is yours. I cannot hear Tjeerd.
I'm sorry for that. My mic was on mute.
Okay.
So once more, as you might know, this is the map of the Netherlands. All the blue parts are below sea level. So when sea level rise will increase, we have a huge issue in our country, and also in our capital, Amsterdam, where my office, Space and Matter, is based. And I'm going to show you a project that we did right here in Amsterdam in front of our office. So this is the location in the Buiksloterham. As you see within the little circle, there is a sort of water, an old ship dock, where you see the N sign is where my office is. And the project that I will show you is Schoon Schip. It translates as kind of ship shape, clean ship, in front of our office. It's a water-based project, and it's all bottom-up, initiated by a community, the community that lives there now. And this community, they were already concerned with the climate change, and thought, like around 9 years ago, how cool would it be if we could make a showcase of living on water, and then in a very, very sustainable and resilient way. And we were very challenged by their ideas, and offered them our help. And in a couple of workshops, we came with them to a plan, and we translated their ideas into a vision of a floating community of 46 floating houses that would be completely climate neutral. We pitched this to the municipality of Amsterdam, and they were very eager to participate with us. We worked on the plan and the urban plan and optimized it with using artificial intelligence to create the optimized layout for solar panels, for energy, for views on the water, and for the space around the houses. Each house has been designed by the individuals that live there with their own architect. So we created building envelopes. So there's like all the houses in this area are completely different, but they share the same ideas about sustainability and the circular economy. Click my slide. So here you see some early examples of the differences in floating architectures that we have in the neighborhood. Oh, something is happening with my deck. Here you see one of the houses, which is actually a straw bale house. You don't see it on the outside, but behind these panels, it's all straw. Was realized somewhere outside Amsterdam on its own building site. Other houses were also built outside of Amsterdam, some on land, some in the water. Here you see a collection of 7 of those houses. Obviously, then they have to be put in the water, and like the largest crane in Europe, floating crane in Europe, was hired to put them in the water. And in the beginning of 2018, it was a big day because the whole neighborhood was towed in by towing boats. So here you also see the kind of the benefits that you have with when building a floating neighborhood is that you can almost build a neighborhood overnight. So all the production was done elsewhere, and you go to sleep, and the next morning a neighborhood is right in front of your office, in my case. Well, apart from floating, this community has a lot of, as I told you, sustainability features. They share 500 solar panels. They have a smart grid in all the homes that are connected together. The houses, they take water and cold from the water with heat exchangers that are under the water surface, so you don't see them. And all these boats are connected together with a smart grid, with a smart jetty. So we made an oversized jetty structure that also allows social interaction between people. And this jetty has more functions. It is all the technical infrastructure is hidden in the deck. One of the cool features is that there's a smart sewage system. So a little further down the canal where this project floats is a biorefinery, a floating biorefinery that takes all the toilet waste and turns it into biogas and fertilizer. And the biogas is then used to generate heat for the neighborhood itself. This was there's many parties involved. This was done by Waternet, the Amsterdam-based water company. So obviously we as architects don't do these kind of things. This is another very nice example of the smart grid that is also inside the jetty. So all the boats, they have solar panels. Each boat has a battery, and all the batteries are connected. So when one family is on holiday, the other can use the power of their solar panels. The people also share this, what you see in the left video, a kind of digital twin of the neighborhood, and they see what houses are taking power from the smart grid and what houses are providing power to the smart grid, and they can track this real time. This was done by Spectral Utilities, and they create these kind of smart grid networks. So this is how the community looks today from our office. And this is how it looks from the house itself. It is very small scale. Each house is different. The community is creating their own floating islands, as you see on the left, and there's new green stuff growing each time you see it. I think it's really important to actually these people also share a shared mobility hub They share 12 electronic vehicles together. So they try to reduce their climate footprint to the max. And what I really appreciate in this project is that this thing is thought of and realized and led by the community that lives there. They had the vision and they made it real. And I think these kind of sample projects are super important to create, because the left image is a plan that a landscape architect's office in Rotterdam made of the Netherlands in the future, where we have to live with the water when the sea level has risen so high that we don't have another option. And it's very important to create new examples of how to deal with this situation. That was my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Tjeerd, for sharing your insights with us. I must say the concept of floating eco-village really looks amazing. And it's a very good example of indeed being smart, innovative and creative. Also an example, a concept that can be used in many places worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, I would like to invite David Spierings from V8 Architects to the virtual floor. David is the lead architect of the Netherlands Expo Pavilion, and he will give you a real life and also a nearby example on how our pavilion, the Netherlands Pavilion, unites water, energy and food through innovation, and by doing so is also the perfect blueprint for future circular buildings. David, please.
Thank you very much, Hans, for the kind introduction. I will briefly try to explain you what the Dutch Pavilion for the Expo 2020 in Dubai is all about. We as V8 Architects from the resilient city of Rotterdam, of course, did not do this by ourselves. We made the design and construction within a consortium. Our consortium consists of Expo Mobilia as the main contractor, Cosman de Jong from Amsterdam as our exhibition architects, and Witteveen and Bos as our MEP and structural advisors. Like Hans already mentioned, the main theme of our pavilion, uniting water, energy and food. And this is basically what we're going to do in our pavilion. We're going to harvest water from the Dubai air. We're going to gain energy from the Dubai sun and combine the two to also grow food within our pavilion. So how are we going to do this? Well, basically what we like to see is that we created a temporary circular biotope in the desert. And the word temporary is, of course, very important also here, as well as circular. So here you see a first rendering of our pavilion from the inside. And basically what we did, we created a huge hall out of sheet piles. So on the right and the left side, you see two hollow walls. And actually what we did is the sand that we excavated in the middle, we put inside of these walls temporarily to also isolate the building. So by creating this hole, we have a space that we can control the climate in. And on the inside of our pavilion, we placed a huge cone, covered with about 11,000 edible plants in the end. And on the inside, we will grow mushrooms inside of this cone. All for the visitors to see, feel, smell, and taste, and really have a sensory experience of water, of what uniting water, energy, and food is all about. So what I did for the presentation, which might be nice, is that instead of just showing the renderings of the final result, here you now see a picture of the current status of our steel structure, which is temporarily now on hold and waiting to be finalized in 2021 to be ready for the Expo, which will start in October 2021. So to explain you briefly how our pavilion works, this is a 3D section of our pavilion. On the left side, you see the concourse, and there you will slowly start going down to the underground, which we like to see also as a reset of all the sensors of everything that's been going on in the Expo. And then inside the cone, you will get a fantastic immersive experience about uniting water, energy, and food. And you can exit the cone on the other side, and there you have a really nice view of the whole biotope, you could say, and enjoy the food in the restaurant that's being made inside the pavilion. So here's the same section, but then a more conceptual one, which basically explains the whole concept of the pavilion in a simple way. So to quickly talk you through, of course, you see the sunlight, and we harvest the energy from the sun, which I'll show you a bit later on. In the middle, you see the cone. We will harvest water from the Dubai air, and this water will be used to cool the air inside the cone. And there we will have a perfect temperature to grow mushrooms on the inside. So we will grow a huge amount of mushrooms. These produce CO2, and the CO2 is again being used on the outside of the cone for the plants to grow and to create it again, of course, into oxygen for the people inside. So this is really briefly the concept, you could say, the MEP concept of the whole pavilion. Now, to talk about circularity and the materials that we used, and this, of course, was a very important aspect for us as architects. The Dutch pavilion will be in the sustainability district, so we really focused on trying to get our footprint as small as possible. Basically, after 6 months, the event is gone. The pavilion should be taken away, and we want to leave nothing behind but the sand. So we really thought about every aspect of the building, from the steel foundation that will be taken away until the pieces of clothes that the people will wear inside our pavilion. Everything has to be well thought through in a way that it's circular and, of course, as sustainable as possible. So we looked at what kind of materials could we temporarily rent in Dubai to create our pavilion. And of course, there's lots of civil Dutch expertise. Also, as Tjeerd just explained, the Netherlands is for a big part below water. And we found companies in Dubai, Dutch companies, that would rent us these materials like sheet piles and tubes to create our whole pavilion. And after 6 months, of course, return these materials to them so they can be reused in another project. So being fully circular in that way. Now here again is a picture, I think this is taken a couple of months ago, of the front side as you just saw the rendering. So you see the huge sheet piles coming out of the sand and creating the whole structure or envelope of our biotope. And of course, this fantastic picture of the farmer climbing the vertical farm, you could say. And in the background, you see the beautiful skylights that were designed by Marjan van Aubel, a solar designer from the Netherlands. And these do not only let through the light in a beautiful way, but at the same time also generate energy. And what you cannot see in this picture is that there's also an invention from the Netherlands on the roof, created by Sun Glacier, which will harvest the water from the Dubai air, and of course will be used to irrigate all these plants to grow. Now here's a picture of the current status looking from the inside of the cone, which in the end, of course, will be fully covered. Now, besides all these rough reusable materials, for the interior, we really also focused on having innovative bio-based materials. So what you see here is a rendering entering our pavilion from the ground level. On the right side, you see the green cone and the underground public area. And in the back, a big lounge. In front of this lounge, on the right side, you see a really big curtain. This curtain we are currently designing with Bureau Belen from Amsterdam. They are designing and fabricating this curtain. And this will be really a unique piece, one of a kind, made out of biopolymers. So a fully biotextile fabric that will be hanging there of about 15 by 20 meters. The image you see here is not the final design, but this will be released very soon, hopefully. Now, besides having biopolymers as a curtain, the floor, the tiling of our whole lounge will be made out of mycelium tiles. To explain you, mycelium is the vegetative part of a fungus that's being used to bind a substrate that's being dried and can be used as a building material, which of course is fantastic that you can actually grow materials instead of using them or taking them from a factory with a lot of pollution in the making. Besides having these tiles, we also have acoustic elements made out of mycelium. And to give you just a sneak preview of how these things go, here you see a mold which is filled with a biological substrate. And through this substrate, they let the mycelium wires grow to bind it. They dry it, and then in the end, you have a beautiful grown product out of mycelium. And in this case, it's an acoustic panel that will be used in our lounge area of the pavilion. Like Hans said, I think the legacy of our pavilion is not only, of course, it's a lot about circularity and sustainability, but this also means that the way we use buildings, it could be really a blueprint for future buildings and resilient buildings. So what we mean with that is that a building could not only be used as being multifunctional in shopping there, working there, living there, but also growing your food there and harvesting your energy there and your water there. So all these things could be beautifully combined within one building. Here's another picture from the current building state of our building. And this is the auditorium that we have on the front side of our building, which will be the host of many nice lectures, of course, during the Expo. And on the left side, you see the cone. And yeah, of course, we can't wait for all the green to be on top of this cone as these beautiful edible plants. And this is an image looking from the lounge back onto the cone to the front of the building. So all there's rest for me is to invite you, of course, to come to the Expo 2021 and visit the Dutch Pavilion to experience how we unite energy, water, and food. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Thank you, David, for your excellent presentation. And I hope, ladies and gentlemen, that you agree with me that the Netherlands Pavilion, the heart of the sustainability district, is, in my opinion, the best example of practice what we preach. It is sustainable, it is circular, and it is indeed future-oriented and innovative. Thanks, David, and also thanks, of course, Arnoud and Cheert for your presentations and for your inspiring experiences that you were willing to share with us. Also, a big thank you, shukran, to the Expo organization for hosting this event virtual. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that I will see you all next year in 21 at the Expo. You will see the amazing Dutch Pavilion, or biotope, as we also call it, where we indeed showcase the topic of water, energy, and food in all its varieties. Looking forward to see you all next year. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the Netherlands for convening such an interesting session, including that sneak preview of the amazing Dutch Pavilion at Expo 2020 Dubai next year. Now we're just going to head into a short break before it's time for another round of Expo Family Talks. Please stay tuned and I'll see you soon. Welcome back, everyone, to our final day of our pre-Expo Urban and Rural Development Week event. Now it's time for another round of Expo Family Talks, and I would like to welcome our partner Jacobs, which has offices in more than 40 cities around the world and offers a full suite of professional services from consulting to technical, scientific, and project delivery for governments and the private sector. Here's Jacobs' Middle East Technical Lead for Cities and Places, Manoj De, presenting learnings on the future of planning and designing urban and rural habitats.
Welcome to the Jacobs Lightning Session. My name is Manoj De, and I'm the Regional Technical Lead for Jacobs Cities and Places. In our session today, we will share some insights from the work that we've done over the years. We hope that this will give you a framework within which to question, answer, and understand your most important development needs. There is no doubt that cities will remain the focus of development for both national and state governments. Studies by the UN indicate that 7 out of 10 people will be living in some kind of urban agglomeration by 2050. In fact, up to 2050, the amount of urban space projected is expected to double in developed countries to accommodate this population growth. This is equivalent to building a city the size of Greater London every month up to 2050. So it is important that we understand and plan for cities carefully, given how they utilize our resources. Many, in fact, see cities as the first line of defense against some of the existential challenges that we face. However, despite there being so many years of collective wisdom around city development, why is it that some cities grow while others remain stagnant? Also, given the fact that cities have shown themselves to be places where resources can be efficiently managed, what would be the role of our rural towns? These are some of the most important questions facing our leaders today. The approach to planning and development therefore needs to consider local, regional, and global challenges to help lay the foundation of a good place to live. And of course, this isn't easy. Our framework for rural and urban development revolves around 7 key principles. These principles are simple to follow and provide all stakeholders the ability to think about how they wish to prioritize and address the challenges they face. The first principle is think long term. Oftentimes, we've seen plans and proposals change because of a change in government. Of course, change is a positive feature and is expected, but plans and ideas need continuity. And while they need to be long term, they also need to be flexible and adaptable to change. Plans that are put in place to address the root causes and needs have a much better chance of success against those that are promoted to deliver short-term messages. The second principle is design, density, and diversity. As the world continues to move towards globalization, our experience of cities can become monotonous. But oftentimes, the response to this is design with no consideration of other factors. Steve Jobs, the co-founder of Apple, once famously said, "Design is not just what it looks and feels like. Design is how it works." Clever, aesthetic, and sustainable design can solve challenges and take advantage of the opportunities that the locations offer. Take advantage of density of population and diversity of use to create unique experiences in your place. This is one of the reasons why rural development complements urban development so well. The third principle is environment and green infrastructure. Whether it's parks, swales, or wetlands as a natural filter, nature or green infrastructure can play a positive role in our cities. It is therefore important to work with nature rather than against it. Many of the infrastructure installed in our cities is aging and needs to be overhauled. The fourth principle is transform transport. Transport isn't just about how you move, but why you move. This is why it elevates itself from just a system to a pillar of transformation within a city. By integrating land use planning with transport planning, you can create the right patterns of movement. This can then allow a rethinking of our streets, which are currently car-dominated. Walking, cycling streets also bring with them major health benefits, which means less pressure on the fragile healthcare system. The fifth principle is use technology. Technology is everywhere and is influencing all aspects of our lives. But smart cities are not those that use every technology available, but ones that use them effectively to make meaningful decisions. Some of the key areas that city leaders need to focus on when it comes to data gathering include recording population growth along with socioeconomic data, understanding where development is occurring, and simulating the impact of the environment because of utilities and transportation. The sixth principle is investment and finance. Most of the planned growth in developing nations is with limited access to finance. This requires a careful consideration of what's important. Think of projects as part of a menu. Plan the spatial and infrastructure investment together to get the most value, both socio-economic and environmental. And finally, build consensus through participatory budgeting. This transparency is important for both external investors as well as for stronger ownership amongst the local stakeholders. The seventh principle is implementation. This is undoubtedly the hardest part. With limited finances, multiple priorities, and a short time frame, it may feel like a long journey. But focus and know what's important and what works for your local area. Coordinate a whole of government approach so that the implementation is layered and builds on the success of previous work. Don't forget your residents too. Keep them involved through feedback. And there you have it, a simple framework within which to organize your initiatives. Here's to our collective journey to make better places.
Thank you, Minosh and team, for that valuable insight into the future of planning urban and rural environments. Next up is another of our participants, international consultancy and construction company MACE, represented on this occasion by Oliver Conde, regional manager for Latin America and country manager for Peru, who will take us through MACE's efforts to transform infrastructure in Peru with the goal of building urban and rural resilience. Oliver, the floor is yours.
My name is Oliver Conde and I'm Mace's Regional Manager for Latin America and Country Manager for Peru. I'll be talking today about how we're working together with the Authority for Reconstruction with Changes in Peru to build resilient urban and rural communities across the country. I'll be focusing on technical resilience, project delivery resilience and local capability and capacity building. Many people will be aware of the climatic event called El Niño, which is caused by warm water moving eastwards rather than westwards through the Pacific Ocean. This results in heavier than normal rainfall along the western coast of South America and Central America, particularly in Peru and Ecuador. There were severe events in the early 1980s, again in 1997 and 1998, and then finally in 2017. This latter event caused over $5 billion of damage to critical infrastructure, including highways, housing, health and education facilities, and agriculture. Much of the infrastructure remains unbuilt 3 years later, and the government, looking for assistance to resolve blockages in delivery, appointed, through a government-to-government agreement, a joint venture formed by Mace, Arup and Gleeds as delivery partner to the Reconstruction Authority. We have a number of strategic partners in this team from the UK and also locally, such as the Pontifical Catholic University of Peru, and we're fully supported by the UK government, and particularly in the areas such as knowledge transfer. So what's the scope of our services? We provide program management office and procurement services. We also provide technical and design assurance, delivery assurance, which includes project management and cost management, and knowledge transfer and capacity building. And these services are provided across $2 billion of projects. That's 15 hospitals and health centres, 74 schools, and 19 river, flood defence and city drainage system projects. In terms of technical resilience, our expertise is focused on both meeting urgent and immediate needs and building future resilience. Multi-hazard risk assessments are being used to assess location of projects against current and future climatic risks, leading to longer-term resilience and protection. This covers not just flooding, but earthquakes, tsunami, coastal erosion, drought, wildfires, soil erosion, mass movements, for example landslides, and drought. All of the education and health facilities are being assessed in this way to ensure long-term viability and optimal community outcomes. The system is simple to use, and it will form a key part of the knowledge transfer usable by the public sector when developing future projects. We're also developing design, operation and maintenance guides to embed international best practice, standardisation and value engineering across the projects, which will lead to improved long-term urban and rural infrastructure solutions. The second part of our technical resilience work stream is building resilience into the work we're doing on river defence, flood defence and urban drainage systems. We're looking at river systems in a holistic way, supporting our client in developing integrated solutions that address upstream and downstream challenges of water flow, velocity and volume. This feeds into working collaboratively with the Reconstruction Authority, local communities and other stakeholders to find solutions that effectively manage the environmental impact of changes in weather, while also allowing communities to live in harmony with their surroundings. This includes water management for agricultural uses. It's a major source of employment and income in the north of Peru, particularly for micro and small businesses. It will also develop solutions that protect urban environments, reducing the risk of flooding and the severe short-term impact on life, health and livelihoods, as well as the long-term impact of poor urban planning and sustainable development. In terms of project delivery resilience, I think everyone's aware that improving urban and rural development requires programme and project management at all stages. It contributes towards aligning objectives and priorities with delivery of projects to time, cost and quality. This is ultimately the overarching aim of urban and rural development, to improve the lives of communities by delivering projects. We've implemented a programme management office across the portfolios. The PMO manages delivery of the projects to time, cost and quality, with proactive risk and opportunity management and a robust set of systems, processes, tools and governance underpinning it. It integrates technical services, procurement and project delivery with the overarching programme objectives at a central government, a regional government and a local level. By creating a structured, process-driven approach to project delivery, we're building long-term resilience into the infrastructure while also delivering best value for the public sector. Most importantly, it's a collaborative effort, fully aligning with the Central Reconstruction Authority PMO and regional and local stakeholder requirements, both in the short term, for example, immediate infrastructure needs in the health sector, and enhancing opportunities for small and medium-sized businesses to be involved in construction, and then in the longer term in areas such as agricultural development, managing the impact of climate change, and improving the delivery of infrastructure projects in the Peruvian public sector. Finally, in terms of local capability, this is possibly the most important part of the programme for us, working with local, regional and central government and the private sector teams to share our experience in major projects and enhance capability across Peru. This will lead to long-term benefits for the delivery of infrastructure projects, which in turn will improve urban and rural development, socioeconomic outcomes, and particularly the participation of underrepresented groups such as women and minorities in economic activity and resilience to climate change. We have a dedicated knowledge transfer team with clear objectives, priorities and outcomes for sharing best practice, training and building local capacity. This covers areas such as contract management, procurement, project management, design standards, operations and maintenance best practice, sustainable design and inclusive economic development. We're embedding resilient and sustainable design standards into the 3 portfolios of education, health and flood defences. This will bring benefits not just for socioeconomic outcomes such as jobs, economic opportunities, but also in terms of professional development. It'll create infrastructure that is resilient to the changing climate, allowing long-term health and educational outcomes to be realised. Ultimately, our role is to work with Peruvian colleagues to leave a lasting legacy of improved urban and rural development, better project delivery and socioeconomic growth for all Peruvians.
Many thanks to our partners at MACE for that contribution. For our final Expo Family Talk of the day, we welcome Thailand and Dr. Pasakon Prathombor, Senior Executive Vice President and Chief Technology Officer of the Digital Economy Promotion Agency, to introduce us to the ways in which Thailand is applying the concept of the smart enough city to improve the quality of urban living. Dr. Pasakon, over to you.
My name is Pasakon Prathombor, Senior Executive Vice President of DEPA or Digital Economy Promotion Agency from Thailand. I would like to present you about the concept of smart city. But in terms of city in Thailand, we have the new concept called the smart enough cities. What is the smart enough city? So you may know that the smart city is very popular today. Many cities like Phuket, Bangkok or Chiang Mai, they are the big cities that they have the capabilities or the capacity, they have the manpower, they have the investor to do the smart city in the big project like a light rail transit or the new airport. So that is look like we have smart city in the fashion of the new city or the modernized city. But how about the city in Thailand that we have more than 2,000 cities? They are not the big, they are not the modern cities. How can we help them? Because we don't want to leave anyone behind. So we introduced the concept of smart enough cities. The smart city contains two words, the smart and the cities. The smart today, everyone talk about the digital economy or digital technologies. So we may imagine of the city with full of the IoT sensor, full of the cloud computing, the autonomous vehicles, the EV vehicles. So many digital for the lifestyle, using the mobile phone for the e-payments, the e-delivery, for the e-commerce. So many things that is involved the digital. So the smart, in the term of smart city today, is mostly about the digital technologies. And for the cities, the city also require the urban plannings, the lead ND, the clean economies, or many things on the field of the urban design. So the smart cities is combined of the two words between the technologies and urban design or architecture. So the smart cities require the talents of the two people, the people in the details, the technology, and the people in the urban design. So we add the term enough in the middle, so it becomes smart enough cities. The term enough is mean that we need to learn to understand the requirements or the pain points of the people or the citizen in the cities. So the city in Thailand, we focus on the level of the municipalities, not the province. The province is too big. Province like Khon Kaen, Chiang Mai, Phuket, or Bangkok is too big. And in the province themselves, there are many districts, many sub-districts. Within the sub-district, they have the different requirements, different vision, different opportunity. So the smart city in Thailand, we focus in the level of sub-districts or the municipalities levels, with the area of about 100,000 in the population. So we call this city is like a secondary city, not the primary city or not the big city. So we put the concept of smart enough city to the secondary cities. The municipality in Thailand, there are more than 2,400 cities. We don't want to leave anyone behind, so we try to help. We have to support this secondary city to become the smart enough cities. So what is the concept of the smart enough cities? You may heard about the philosophy of the sufficiency economy from our King Lama IX. So this is the philosophy of the economies. So we would like to apply the sufficiency economy to the city development concept. So we bring the concept of the philosophy of the sufficiency economy of the King Lama IX to the city development to bring the smart enough cities. By the concept of the sufficiency economies, there are three principles. The first one is moderation, the second one is the reasonableness, and the last one is the self-immunities. So these three components are interconnected and interdependent. The moderation conveys the idea of people living their life on the middle path. People should rely on themselves without overindulgence. So that means they do not need the high-tech, high-end, or the technology that look like a fashions or the modernized technologies, but they need the optimal solution to fit on their pain point, on their requirements, not overindulgence. So this way of living occurs when people have the reasonableness, the accumulated knowledge and experience, along with analytics capabilities, self-awareness, foresight, compassion, and empathy. So they must be aware of the consequences of their actions, not only for themselves, but also for others. So that means we need to co-create. It's like a citizen-centric. We need to support the citizen by the trainings, coaching, incubate them to learn about the smart enough cities, the technologies. In the third principle, the self-immunities is referred to the abilities of people to protect themselves against any external turbulence and to cope with events that are unpredictable or uncontrollable. It implies a foundation of self-reliance as well as self-discipline. So it's really fit to the resilient cities. So you can see that the concept of the smart enough city, the terms enough, very focused on the citizen, or we call it citizen-centric. So we have to educate, to train them, to help them understand, to change the mindset of the leaders, to become the city that good enough. This concept also can comply the SDG or Sustainable Development Goals of the UN because of the pain points of the basic requirements is under the SDGs. So in case of Thailand, we have the mechanism, it's called the Thailand Smart City Logo. So any city in Thailand, if they want to apply to become the smart enough city, they can submit the proposal to the government, and then we will evaluate the proposals. The proposal include 5 criteria. The first one is they have to fill in the vision of the cities. The second one is the infrastructure of the cities. The third one is the city data platform. The fourth is the solution. And the last one is the business models, how to make it sustainable. Once they submit the proposal to the government and pass our criteria, the government will support with our incentive. For example, the funding, the regulatory sandbox that we can allow them to try out or test on some specific requirement like a 5G or autonomous vehicles that we can allow the city to do the testings. The tax exemption from the Board of Investment, so the private sector could invest or involve in the city solution providing to the cities and they get the tax incentive. And today there are more than 40 cities that have already applied to our program, and we do have the trainings, the online course, and we do the event for matching between the city and the solution providers, mostly from the local private sectors. Since one of the requirements in the city data platform, we want to drive the city with the data. The data should be open data. The startup companies or the SME, they can utilize this kind of data for their solution or their application, so it will be easier for them to start the business with the cities. So that's why we try to drive the city using the data. So every city must have the city data platform. Data platform include the city data catalog. So it's like a yellow pages that tell you about the location of the city, how to get that data in the list of the catalog. And it also have the data standardization that we can do the data exchange and we can do the sandbox to testing the data. And we will provide the marketplace of the data. So the private sector or the government can exchange the data. Even you can sell the data or can buy the data in the marketplace. So with this mechanism from the government, today we have more than 40 cities that are in our programs. And I would like to show you one of the example. It's called the Mahia municipalities. This is a city in Chiang Mai. We call it a secondary city because the population is about 20,000. Citizens in Mahia can access to the government service via the mobile phones. So it's a very simple idea that we can answer the pain points for the citizen to connect to the municipalities of Mahia. So in case of Mahia municipalities, they come. It's an application that provides you many kind of the services. For example, you can do the complaints, you can do the registrations online. That means you don't have to do the paperwork. When you don't have to come to the municipality, you can do it at home via the online on the applications. You can pay the tax using the e-payments. You can use the healthcare service. SOS for the emergencies. You can record the vaccines or the information of your pet or the healthcare record on the mobile applications. And it also provides the tourist information and the marketplace of the OTOP, the 1.1 products. And it also have the promotion on the hostels for the tourists. So it's very fit to the COVID-19 situation during the lockdowns. So the people at here can do the business with the cities via the applications, and with the cashless, they do the e-payments, so they don't have to touch the cash, the banknote. So it's very applicable for the COVID situation, and I think this is enough. It's good enough. They don't have the new infrastructure, the high-end, high-tech technology, no IoT sensor, no big constructions. So it's just a mobile application, but it answers the requirements for the citizens and also for the tourists. So that is just the one of our examples. As of Thailand, we will share the case studies of how we currently drive the country to become the smart enough city, which is sustainable, inclusive, and comprehensive for all citizens. Rest assured, you will find more about Smart Thailand at Thailand Brilliance next year, and we are excited to demonstrate our ideas and expertise, as well as getting inspired by our participants from other countries at Expo 2020 Dubai. สวัสดีครับ
Thank you so much to Thailand and Dr. Pasakon and all of our contributors to these sessions. We're now heading into the home stretch of today's event, so we will take a short break and reconvene at 3:30 p.m. UAE time for our second last panel, which is titled Women Leading the Charge in Rural Development. We will see you then. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to our pre-Expo event focused on urban and rural development, brought to you in association with our partner Siemens and also UN Habitat. I would now like to hand over to my colleague Hind Aloes, Vice President of Participant Management and the Director of the Women's Pavilion here at Expo 2020 Dubai, to kick things off and introduce our panelists.
Thank you, Asif. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Gender and Rural Development panel discussion for the pre-Expo Urban and Rural Development Week here with us. Thank you for dedicating your time today, and thank you for joining us. And thank you, Asif, for the wonderful introduction. I am very honored to be the moderator for this panel we have today with amazing speakers. Allow me first to introduce Her Excellency Josefa Sako, Commissioner for Rural Economy and Agriculture of the African Union Commission. We will be waiting for Her Excellency Haifa Abu Ghazali. Whenever she's here, she will join us on stage. Allow me to also introduce Dr. Asdik Mirza Kanyan, UNDP expert on social vulnerability and gender issues. And last but not least, the amazing Fiza Farhan, who really has many titles. Fiza is a social entrepreneur, development expert, and a member of the UNSG's panel on women's economic empowerment. And we'll have the pleasure also at a later stage today to be joined with Dr. Janet Edeme, head of the Division for Rural Economy. Today, we really have views from different parts of the world, and we have outstanding speakers, and we have women who are leading at the forefront and are committed to this cause and have a rich experience in the issue of rural women and what their development means to us. But before I begin and delve into this discussion, I want to share with you Expo's vision on the issue of women's rights and women's empowerment. Our leadership has dedicated itself to ensuring that the issue of gender equality and women's empowerment are centrally addressed in everything that we do. And so we have taken huge efforts to ensure that we are mainstreaming this issue across every thematic week. In addition to that, we also have a women's pavilion curated by Expo 2020 Dubai in collaboration with Cartier under the title of New Perspectives. In this pavilion, we recognize or we invite the visitor that will visit to leave with a new understanding, to leave with a new perspective, to recognize the central role women have played throughout history until today, and to walk out with the belief that when women thrive, all of humanity thrives. The Women's Pavilion at Expo highlights that the only way to peace, prosperity, and sustainability is through the full and equal participation of women. So we can't wait until we open our doors, until we invite you to Expo, until we host you at the Women's Pavilion, and until we have another discussion of what it means to look at urban and rural development from a gender lens. What does it mean for women to think of both development on the urban level and the rural? But today we are looking at the needs of women, the challenges, the experiences of rural women. We know that the world is urbanizing at an unprecedented pace. Today, 55% of the world's population lives in urban areas, and this percentage is expected to continue to increase. In addition to that increase, many of our developing countries, rural populations makes up a huge proportion of the way the population is distributed. In the Arab world, 40% of the population still lives in rural areas. In the African continent, even more. And the issue when you look at these statistics is that you see that women make up a large percentage of who gets left behind in the rural areas. And so as we have just come from, celebrating the International Day of Rural Women, which took place on the 15th of October, this is an opportune moment for us to come together to share with our participating countries how we address how we can think about ensuring that rural women are not left behind. The last International Day for Rural Women took on the theme of building rural women's resilience in the wake of COVID. And that has proven to be not only something extraordinary that women have achieved, but something that pushes us again and again to pay attention to the role rural women play across so many sectors. And so our goal is to create awareness, to share our understanding of their needs, and highlight how they play a critical role in our society. So I would like to begin by welcoming Her Excellency Josefa to our panel. She is the Commissioner of the AU Commissioner for Rural Economy and Agriculture. And I know how precious your time is, Your Excellency. So I want to take this opportunity to ask you to share with us a few general remarks, and then we will let you go. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Hind, for giving me the floor. Good afternoon, every one of you. Good morning, depending on your geographic location. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. It is with honor that I have accepted the invitation to be part of this panel discussion, and I would like to thank the organizer for the opportunity. The Rural Development Agenda of the African Union is well articulated in the CADEP flagship program of the Agenda 2063. The Malabo Declaration in 2014 has set ambitious targets and goals to accelerate agricultural growth and transformation as part of the 10 years action plan of the Agenda 2063. Considering the role of women in African agriculture and agri-food system in general, these goals will not be achieved if we don't address gender inequalities and in agriculture and the food system. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in Africa, women make up more than 50% of Africa's population, and 80% of them live in rural areas, produce 60 to 70% of what we eat on the continent. Women are not only involved in food production, but they are the major actors in food processing and food distribution. However, the role of women as a catalyzer of rural transformation in the transformation of African food system and the food eras is not well appreciated, as women continue to face restrict their productivity, their productive and entrepreneurial capacity. The many structural, systematic, and challenges and socio-cultural barriers are today exacerbated by climate change and the current COVID-19 pandemic. It is clear that rural women are more impacted by climate change, and this will be the case with COVID-19 as well. Among the many challenges faced by rural women in Africa, allow me to mention some few: uneven access to land and other productive resources such as financial extension services. Dr. Janet will enlighten you more about this issue of land. Technology and innovation that includes mechanization, limited participation to large-scale and highly remunerated value chain. They are not even part of the value chain. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in order to sustainably transform rural Africa for livelihoods and share prosperity, the African Union has adopted a territorial approach, which is a holistic approach of seeking rural transformation in Africa. It goes beyond the agriculture sector per se, unlock the potential of rural areas and secondary city, strengthen the capacity of local people, notably women and youth, and and empower local, regional, and national institutions. This approach also integrates adaptation and mitigation of climate change, biodiversity, and peace and security. To ensure the inclusivity of rural transformation and to ensure no one is left behind according to our SDG agenda, the African Union Commission is working with the African member state and partners to develop gender-sensitive and gender-targeted activity in food security, nutrition, and resilience, scaling up female entrepreneurship and women empowerment in agribusiness, and to ensure public-private partnership is exclusive to women in value chain. The African Union has one handhold to the museum that was last year in Bobo Dioulasso, Burkina Faso. The campaign aims at accelerating sustainable mechanization along agricultural value chain, focusing on women. The African Union Commission has developed guidelines to facilitate access to land by women, to ensure that by 2025, at least 30% of documented land rights are allocated to women. The African Union is also advocating for gender affirmative action in agriculture and agri-food system, because Africa will not realize its potential if women and girls living in rural Africa continue to face structural and systemic barrier. I wish you a very fruitful deliberation, and I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much. My other meeting has started. I think I have to leave.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will say adieu to you right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I would like to welcome Dr. Janet Edeme, the head of Division of Rural Economy from the African Union, to join us, so that we keep the African perspective alive. Hello, Dr. Ademe. And I think now we can really, hello, wonderful to have you. And I think now we can start getting into the issue. I think Her Excellency gave us a lot to think about. She outlined many of the challenges that rural women face in Africa. And as I was listening to her, I started thinking about what are the challenges that women face in South Asia or Western Asia. And I think I'll start with you, Fiza, to perhaps talk about what you have seen in terms of challenges through your work. And then perhaps Dr. Astig, you can also give us an insight into how rural women in your region have also experienced their challenges. And are they, you know, we want to find out if all challenges of rural women, obviously they're not all the same, but just listening to you all will give us that insight. Fiza?
Good morning, good afternoon to everybody. It's an absolute pleasure for me to be here on this panel with all of you, because the agenda for empowering rural women is very close to my heart, because that's where I kind of started my professional journey. And as the CEO of Baksh Foundation, when I would go and visit villages, only then interact with the rural women, would you realize the extent of the problems that they face, problems that we've never thought about, problems that, you know, we can't relate to, because that's a completely different world. And whatever injustices happen in rural areas and far-flung villages, be it lack of energy, be it lack of healthcare, be it lack of education, that entire injustice is bent more towards the girls and the women. So if it's climate injustice, the burden of that climate injustice falls onto the women. If it's healthcare injustice or lack of education, again, it is the women and the girls who are the victims of that problem. So we realize how, one, it is bad enough and it is worse enough for the development world to realize the kind of challenges rural areas are facing at large in Asia and Africa and many other regions of the world. And then when you see how that injustice is bent all towards the girls and the women, that is even more painful to see. In my experience, I believe there are multiple challenges, and they spring from a lack of energy access, for which women are again the first front bearer of going and getting the wood, cooking food on fossil burnt cook stoves, having the health impacts, delivering at night without life, delivering babies. I've seen that. So, you know, it's the women are at the crux of all the problems related to any rural environment. Now, within that, I've also observed, recently in my advisory work, I've started working more on the policy work. At the UN Secretary General's high-level panel, obviously, we did a lot of policy analysis for this informal sector of rural female farmers and rural women. And you realize that even the policy environment is largely void as far as rural females are concerned. They don't have their rights addressed. They don't have policies that address their rights. Legislation has not gone down from the urban woman to the rural woman. There are lots and lots of challenges. But within those challenges, as a practitioner, we've also observed that there are many solutions, because the main solution lies in the economic empowerment of the women. And when you implement projects that lead to economic empowerment of the rural woman, that slowly starts addressing multiple challenges in their household, be it health, be it education, be it having better standards of living, sanitation, access to energy. So there are multiple problems as far as rural women are concerned. But within them, I personally feel that economic livelihood generation of rural women and adding them into the economic supply chain leads to the solutions on multiple fronts, in my experience.
We're going to get to, you know, what are the strategies that are needed and what has worked in different areas. But I do want to understand, you've talked about the challenges, and these are like sort of the big challenges, right? Climate change, lack of access to healthcare, lack of access to education. But I'm also wondering, perhaps Dr. Asik, you can also talk about this. What are the cultural and social barriers that also sort of create another layer of challenges when we speak about rural women?
Thank you for giving the floor. Of course, first of all, Armenia is the post-Soviet country. It means that gender issues in our country is quite in good situation because we come from socialist era. We have inherited very developed social infrastructures, healthcare, education, schools, hospitals, etc. But at the same time, during these 30 years, we had the problem in using this social infrastructure. Meaning, first of all, kindergartens, because rural women have not enough access to the kindergartens because all these kindergartens were transferred to the communities, and community is not able to finance this kindergarten. Finally, we lost many kindergartens in rural areas, and as a result, rural women stopped to birth the children. Now, the birth rate in rural area women is lower than in urban area. It's very interesting phenomena for the world itself, because usually villages produce human resources for the whole country. For Armenia, villages lost this ability to produce human resources for Armenia. Now, urban women are more active in that issue because of losing the kindergartens, worsening the social infrastructure in the rural area, and second big issue, it's male migration mostly in the rural areas. That's why in rural area we have almost 30% of women-headed households. It's enormous phenomena for Eastern countries. Usually Eastern country have had as a male heads the households, but because of their absence during a year, they are coming back to the home for 2-3 months. The household becoming women-headed households, not male-headed households. This is the first social problem for rural women. The second very important social problem for women in rural area, it's informal employment. I don't know whether you know or not, but Armenian statistics did some tricky things in early 90s when we get our independence. We decided that the whole employment in the rural area will be recognized, will be registered as a statistics as a self-employment. That means that all this self-employment, it's not formal employment. Being not formally employed, women have lost any social compensations for their which is linked with employment. For example, the sick leave, they have no sick leaves because they have no formal employment for that. They have no birth allowances for their children because they are not formally employed and they were not taxpayers for the country. The whole agricultural sector in the country is tax exempt area. With agriculture, those who are dealing with the agriculture sector don't pay any taxes. No social, no income, no taxes. That means they cannot be registered in the taxpayer system in order to receive some compensation from the state for their social issues. This is second problem that is very difficult for rural women to survive. And also there are a lot of cultural problems. The Armenian society is very tolerant to the gender inequalities. They even sometimes don't think that it is inequality. They think that it's cultural and generational issue, that women should keep the family, keep the family traditions. Men should earn the birth for the family. This mentality is very strong, especially in rural areas, because they have less they less touching with the Europe standards. They are less traveling by the world. They less globalized by the world. They are keeping their families in Armenian traditions, which are mostly Eastern traditions. It's also a big problem to work on gender inequality in rural area. They even don't understand what do you want, that women become more active than men? It's not solid. It's not right. That's why in the rural communities, we have only 9 women elected as a community heads. From these 9, in more than 500 rural communities. Can you imagine? 9. And among these 9 women elected as a community leader, 5 are more than 70 years old. They are former Soviet functionaries, which are used to be leaders. 5 from 9 are more than 70 years old. Young generation think differently. They want to have families, they want to have husbands, they want to have children, they want to take care about their husband. It's difficult to drop these barriers. We have to do it very nicely, slightly, very politely, but at the same time, the men of the family, the papas, the daddies, they want to see their girl children educated. They spend money for their girl children education because they think the family is strong if the women are educated. They spend money for their girls, they spend money for the girls' health, but when they are coming like wives of the families, situation is changing. Well, that's a problem.
It's really fascinating. It's really fascinating, Dr. Astik. I think you've touched upon so many important issues, and I hope our viewers recognize how important it is to understand the cultural barriers. If we don't understand what the cultural barriers are, then we can't ever hope to work to transform them. As a UAE woman, as an Emirati woman, I feel we have done an amazing job at maintaining, preserving our culture while also advancing this agenda. And it's really, I think we are very blessed and we're in a very unique situation to have been able to do that. But it comes with a vision of the leadership and also a faith in your system that allows, you know, women and men at all levels of the society to move forward in that direction. But nonetheless, I think that in so many parts of the world, the culture is actually some of the most, it's one of the most tricky issues to deal with, because it touches back to people's faith, right? Belief system. And at the end of the day, this is really at the heart of everything, in a sense, that we struggle with, right? What do we believe about each other? And so when we talk about our expo, I always feel that our expo, Connecting Minds, Creating the Future, is a space for us to get to know each other, to harmonize between our belief systems, to grow, to raise our awareness and our consciousness. And, that's beyond this discussion. But let me go to Dr. Janet. Dr. Janet, in the same line, in a sense, we know that women in the African continent, rural women, also face cultural and social barriers, and the challenges that they are facing are so intersectional. And I know Her Excellency Josefa talked about that a little, but can you perhaps talk a little bit more on the responses that need to be taken, and how do you develop responses that work on both levels, right? From a legislative, in a sense, to the changing hearts and minds.
From Addis Ababa, Headquarters Union Commission. And my apologies, Hind, I think I have lost the last bit of your question you had posed to me. But build on what the Commissioner had also talked about, I think we're all aware that it's basically an agrarian society that we have a continent, and a significant percentage of the farmers, slightly about 55 to 60%, are women. They are women farmers. And so they also contribute in terms of the production of the foods that we eat, and also involved as well the products. And this is where we need to see quite a bit of challenge. If we go to start from the farm itself, the rural women have a significant challenge in terms of access to a gender-sensitive mechanization. Okay, so the access to mechanization is one of the key challenges that the women farmers are facing. And last year, the AU Commission had adopted what we call the Sustainable African Agricultural Mechanization Strategy. And within the strategy, and Commissioner Sako has been a very huge champion of that strategy, she has launched a campaign on retiring the handheld hoe to the museum. Because in Africa, and that is basically also why we have very low productivity, because we're still using very big tools and implements in our farming production. So Commissioner has been pushing this agenda of retiring the handheld hoe to the museum within the broader context of having access to mechanization for the rural women. And that has been a very successful campaign that she has launched last year with a huge support from the governments of the African Union member states. And this was launched in Burkina Faso with the support of the head states. So they had a symbolic ceremony that took place where the women brought their hoes and their machetes, and they were put symbolically in a museum. This is how we want to see going forward. I talked about the Agenda 2063. This is the Africa we want to see going forward, an Africa where our rural women would also have access to gender-focused and sensitive for them to be able to increase their agricultural productivity. So she's been pushing that agenda, and it's been a huge success. Secondly, Commissioner talked about the issues of access to land. Land to food. We haven't gotten to the stage of hydroponics and all of those other high technologies. It's still a very rural society. So the issue of access to land has also become a huge obstacle for the rural woman, because she does not have access to the land. And if she does, she doesn't have control over the land. The husband or male relative will have control over the land. And so he controls what she grows, and he also controls the output that come from the products and markets. So in light of this, the Ministry of Agriculture, Rural Development, Water and Environment had adopted a decision and put in mind as well, a decision, by the way, that by 2025, at least 30% of documented land needs to be owned by women. Documented land, where they have land tenure itself to the land, because once the women are able to have the land tenure,
Dr. Janet, did you turn off your camera for a smoother connection? Okay, she'll come back. But I think what she was starting to outline was what are the practical responses we can take to empower rural women. And I know that something that we also have to think about are innovative strategies. So Fiza, considering your background, perhaps you can talk about some of the innovative strategies that you have employed for the support of rural women.
Sure, Hind. What we were just talking about, access to land, I would just like to shed some light on that. That too is also, again, one of the major challenges for agriculture women and for empowering women economically. You see, whenever you see any rural geography, we have to identify the opportunities where we can connect the dots and make the rural woman there economically independent. Because I've seen in practice that when we empower the woman economically, she automatically gets more role in the decision making of the family. She gets more role in the consumption of the income she's making in the family and the decision for that, which leads to her social empowerment, which leads to her political empowerment, which eventually leads to her getting more control over her rights, including land rights or household rights, or how to make the budget of the household, which automatically directly contributes towards having more contribution towards health, education, sanitation. So it's a spiral equation whereby economic empowerment, we have observed, by theory and practice, comes at the helm. So now whenever we try to launch any project in a rural area, we try to empower, we try to see how can we create a nexus with this project and women's economic empowerment. So how can we create a multiple benefit strategy whereby we end up empowering the woman while directing the real cause or the objective. So one key example was the project that I launched, Lighting a Million Lives, which I think beautifully narrates this, whereby the main goal was to provide energy access to the 47% of off-grid Pakistan villages, right? 47% of Pakistan's rural areas are off-grid. And when we went to those villages, we realized, again, an economic decision, that including the women from the village actually made a very good commercial sense because they were hardworking, because they were already employed, they were already working out of the house in fields without getting paid for it. That's a separate point altogether. That how women in rural areas are working, but that's unpaid care work or unpaid formal work as well. And we decided, okay, so let's create women energy entrepreneurs. Let's train the women to become energy entrepreneurs, give them an economic means and enterprise, which is the business of energy. So while they go around selling renewable energy kits, solar energy kits, renting out solar lanterns to their fellow villagers, they're not just enabling access to energy, but they're also making a sustainable economic livelihood for themselves. And this became a phenomenal model. They started gaining respect, they started gaining political strength, they became the agents of change for that village. So my light ladies, as we call them, became the change makers, and they became the role models. And there was so much inspiration that was created around this model. It became an internationally certified best practice by the UN Foundation and the UN Habitat, and then it was later adapted in many other countries too. So I realized that at the crux of everything comes economic empowerment. So when we try to go and solve any problem with a realistic solution in a rural setting, we need to identify how can we create a nexus between that problem and empowering women economically. Because once you empower the woman economically, you create a sustainable economic livelihood for her, she becomes an agent of change. And that agent of change not just changes the entire dynamics of the village as far as health, education, political rights is concerned, it changes mindsets. So when the rural men see these women empowered, giving access to energy to the village, doing something good, it changes those stereotypes that we were talking about. And that's where we need to like kind of solve the problem at the root, you know? So this was a phenomenal experience for me. And now I love to see how we can scale this up in other regions.
Yeah, absolutely. I think women's economic empowerment is key. And I think that the more we understand about the role of rural women, we have to take them into consideration in of the economic landscape that we're looking at in Africa, for example, as Dr. Janet was saying, and the commissioner. Africa relies on the ability of rural women to produce food and feed the urban centers. So it's very important that we identify the strategies to enable them to enter sort of that supply chain in a more formal manner. But thanks, Fiza. I think you always raise interesting points, and I'm so glad that your experience with rural women led to such great results. Dr. Astik, when you think about rural women in Armenia, do you also, perhaps it's really interesting because you have such a different perspective, but do you also, from a very practical point of view, what are the strategies that you have used, and how do you see the economic empowerment of women?
I fully agree with Faiza, that economic empowerment is much important than even political empowerment, because when women is not economically empowered, she cannot become authority in the leader of the community. That's why I fully agree as an economist as well that economic empowerment is the cornerstone of the women empowerment. She should be somehow independent by their finance, by their knowledge, to realize the knowledge, because 70% of high-level education students are girls in my country, but they cannot further realize their knowledge in their jobs. That's why economic empowerment is top. And what we are doing for that, we initiated with many international organizations and with the Ministry of Economy of the country, mostly with the Ministry of Economy of the country. We are realizing some small business projects specifically for women. We're having some criteria for that businesses where the government participated for loan. They can take loan from the banks, but government covered 50% of those loans. If the enterprises is registered in the female name, in the women name, or in the enterprises 50% and more of employees are women, or the enterprises has both women manager, not owner, but manager, and 50% of women employees. And we realized more than 5,000 such projects for women. Half of them were the women in rural area. They introduced, they created some cheese production, processing, some conservation, this fruit production, many other interesting production for rural area. Now, very interesting way of women empowered is ecotourism. We are giving them money for reconstructing their houses, for guest houses, and give the tourists the services, home food, home environment, even especially for international tourists. They like very much this home related environment where everything in the family. They are staying in the family. They are enjoying the family food and family interlinkages, inter cooperation. That means that, well, first of all, we have to have some specific projects and grant projects or loan projects, doesn't matter, for women or women privileged enterprises where women are prevalent. I agree fully.
Yeah, thank you. I think it shows us that wherever we are, rural planning, these strategies that can be taken up by the institutions will enable us to build up the resilience of women. So I want to go back to Dr. Janet and allow you to continue what you were talking about with the mechanization, because that's another very practical strategy, whether it's supporting enterprises, as you said, Dr. Astik, or the other strategies that you talked about, Fiza. Let's go back and hear about the AU's initiative, and then we'll move on to some final thoughts. Janet, are you there? Janet, are you there? Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Okay.
So I was just
saying, I said I may need to switch off my video so that I could have a more stable internet. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Janet. I was just saying that we were discussing practical strategies to build the resilience of rural women. And you were talking about an AU initiative on mechanization. So I just wanted to allow you to finish that that piece of information you were sharing with us, and then we'll move on to final thoughts. So Janet, you have the floor. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. And so building on the African Union agricultural mechanization strategy that I talked about, and also the project the commissioner is championing on sending the hoe to the museum. But we also now are looking at emerging challenges that the rural women is facing within the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has added another layer in terms of the challenges that the women have been facing. And I think we are all aware that we had quite a number of our borders were closed. Women were not able to go to their farms. They weren't able to harvest their products. And so we also had a high level of post-harvest losses. And in order for us to be able to address some of these emerging issues, we have also developed the post-harvest loss management strategy for us to be able to work with our member states. We're already working now in about 10 African Union member states, working with them to develop their national post-harvest loss strategies and making sure that there is a lot of emphasis on the women, particularly in the agro-processing value chain, and see how we can build their capacity and support them in terms of how they can begin to address the issues of the post-harvest.
I think we have lost Dr. Janet again, but I'm sure that can you hear her? I can't hear her. No. Okay. So for me, this was a very interesting discussion. I think I certainly learned a lot from listening to all of you. For the African Union, unfortunately, our connection has not allowed us to really get into an in-depth discussion with our colleagues from the AU, but I'm sure that all of the information can be found on their sites, or I'm sure that there's a lot of literature out there. So with that, I think I want to just summarize some of the points that we touched upon today and hear from both of you a few final thoughts before we close off. Certainly, Dr. Asik, and certainly Fiza, having you on this panel shows that not all rural women are facing the same challenges. And it's important for us to recognize the different situations that women face in different parts of the world, and especially when it comes to a sector of the population like rural women who face intersectional challenges. And so in terms of the responses we have discussed, it is also, while the responses also have to be different to address the unique situations we are dealing with, I think a lot of the responses from you today demonstrated that it's important for institutions to play a leading role. It's important for us to recognize that women's economic empowerment is part and parcel of empowering rural women. It's important that we take proactive steps so that rural women are part of the value chain. It's important that we do capacity building initiatives, that we have initiatives such as gender responsive, budgeting, mainstreaming, identification. And these are very, very important for us to take into consideration. The only region I didn't really have a chance to touch upon was the Arab world, but we are fortunate enough to have Her Excellency Haifa Abu Ghazali, who will provide us with a closing statement before we log off at 4:30 Dubai time. Your Excellency Haifa, it's a pleasure to have you. I give you the floor before we have to log off. The system will automatically shut down at 4:30, so I will say goodbye to you now. I will thank you now. And I give the floor to Her Excellency Haifa Abu Ghazali, the Assistant Secretary General for the League of Arab States for Social Affairs. Your Excellency.
Thank you. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding of the time difference between my country and UAE. It's really, Your Excellencies, on behalf of the League of Arab States, it's my great pleasure and honor to participate in your panel discussion on the occasion and on the topic of the gender and rural development. At the beginning of my speech, I would like to congratulate rural women on their International Day. This year, spotlight is on the urgent need for building rural women resilience in the work of COVID-19, for building back better by strengthening their sustainable livelihoods and well-being, and to create awareness of their struggles, their needs, and their critical and key role in the society. Actually, however, I can't. I have to just to closing remarks that we can't mention Emirate women and accomplishment they have achieved without mentioning Her Royal Highness Sheikha Fatima bint Mubarak, chairwoman of the General Women Union and the mother of Emirate. She has been a permanent generous giver for more than 30 years for constant giving. Her Excellency accomplished many gains for Emirate women, and their achievement today clearly bear her work. I would like to take the opportunity also to express my appreciation for the hard work and efforts exerted in preparing for this panel discussion and the greater event, Expo 2020. This exceptional gathering will bring the world together, great humanity towards dignity for all, with more than 200 participants come together from different countries, organizations, and companies to enhance cooperation in order to attain more progress and benefit the world at the time it needs us more than ever to work together to help these women overcome this pandemic to build back better. The League for Arab States is working in cooperation with member states, various governmental missionaries on the Arab strategy for economic and social empowerment for women in the rural area as part of the implementation of the national cultural program. And the strategy covers main structural barriers to rural women, which are economic empowerment, social empowerment, the participation of girls and women in public, and improving the quality of life. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end, on behalf of the League for Arab States, sincere thanks to United Arab Emirates for hosting Expo 2020 under the slogan, Connecting Minds, Creating the Future, and all participants in this session for working to ensure that gender equality and women empowerment issues are mainstreams across all issues addressed to Expo. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. I really was hoping to engage with you on this topic, to learn from you, to learn more about the initiatives that the League of Arab States is doing. But inshallah, we'll have many more opportunities as we work towards opening our gates and as we work towards hosting you all and inviting you all to our amazing Expo next year. Our time has come to an end. I want to again thank you all, and we hope that we remain engaged, and we hope that our discussions do not stop here, but build towards something greater. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to the members of our distinguished panel for their time and for their insight. And thank you, of course, to Hind for your exceptional facilitation, as always. We will take one last short break before we reconvene at 5 p.m. UAE time for a panel brought to you by the Executive Council of Dubai, titled People-Centric Cities Towards More Livable Cities by 2030. See you all then. Welcome back to our very last session for our Urban and Rural Development Pre-Expo Week. We hope you have enjoyed the conversations and presentations that have taken place over the course of the event and are delighted to leave you with a real treat. First of all, a short introductory address by His Excellency Dawood Abdul Rahman Al Hadri, Director General of Dubai Municipality, followed by a panel session moderated by Hanan Al Hashmi, an urban planner with the same organization.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you for attending this webinar, as well as thank Expo 2020 for organizing this event. We appreciate your interest in redesigning cities for people to create more livable cities. This event gives us the chance to share our experiences and ongoing initiatives so that we can make more qualified decisions about how to make cities for people. By placing people at the center of the urban design process, we should be able to create outcomes which are beneficial for everyone, so that our cities and quality of life gets increasingly better over time. We are in the process of developing new Urban Plan 2040, which is highly focused on increasing the well-being activity and health of the nation through public realm interventions, including walkability, cycling, and sports, and the development of socially inclusive and universally accessible design. We are developing a city that is vibrant with livable communities through enhancing citizen experiences in public open spaces throughout the city. Our vision is to become the best city for living. After Expo 2020, there will be a legacy master plan known as District 2020 that is focused on walkability, compactness, and the creation of places for play, commercial and social exchange. As Dubai grows, these will become some of the most important factors to drive our nation forward to become the most centric city of the future.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Expo 2020's People-Centric Cities webinar. My name is Hanan Al Hashmi, and I will be your moderator for the remainder of the panel discussion. On today's panel of experts, let's please welcome from the city of Durban, South Africa, the Honorable Mayor Councillor Konda.
Thank you very much, Hanan. Good afternoon to all our panelists and our viewers. Thank you.
Thank you. From the city of Milan, let's please welcome Dr. Davide Ponzini, Associate Professor in the Department of Architectural and Urban Studies in Politecnico di Milan. From C40 Cities, let's please welcome Mr. Divya Vyas, Deputy Regional Director of C40 Cities in South and West Asia.
Thank you for the introduction, Hanan, and greetings to all my fellow panelists.
Hello, sorry, looks like I encountered a technical error. Thank you, Mr. Vyas. And last but not least, let's please welcome Dubai Municipality's Director of Urban Planning and Studies, Engineer Sanad Alili. And finally, let's welcome And finally, let's please welcome Engineer Mahraj Shamsi, Head of Urban Design.
Be part of this panel today.
All right, let us thank you for attending this session and tell you how excited we are to learn more about your experiences and ongoing initiatives that promote people centricity in each of your respective cities or organizations. So what do we really mean by people centricity? It is no secret that the quality of our cities has a significant impact on our daily lives. This webinar will focus on how we aspire for Dubai and other cities to become people-centric. We will discuss how creating places for people will contribute to our economy, our natural and built environments, and the livability of our cities. It is also important to reflect on the past and understand how we can effectively transform our cities for future generations in order to make them resilient, robust, and adaptable. As the appointed panel moderator, I'll be guiding us through today's session. For the next 35 minutes, we will discuss people centricity in the context of 6 distinct categories. They are governance, mobility and public transit, sustainability, feasibility and financing, city resilience and flexibility, and finally, cities of tomorrow. Each city will have approximately 3 questions to respond to in all of the categories I just mentioned. So let's get right into it with our first question for the panelists. Our first category is governance, and my first question is directed to the Honorable Mayor Konda. Mayor Konda, in your opinion, how does the city master plan promote pedestrian-friendly environments through its vision, objectives, and policies?
Hanan, for having us in this very progressive and incisive, also the webinar that is really envisaged to share our experiences as the cities around the world. This is the most popular mode of transport in the city, followed by the public and private transport. The promotion of non-motorized transport is important. It reduces the travel cost of already financially stressed residents in our city. It promotes health and well-being, of most importantly, reduces the greenhouse gas emissions of the municipal areas. This program is also anchored on the following pillars: connectivity, which talks to meeting the basic needs of people, that is providing access to goods, services, and work opportunities. There will be nothing done for people without their involvement. Socio-economic enhancement in our area, which is also about improving the quality of life of our residents to change their material conditions. The third one is the growth, which is stimulating generation of our ailing cities and economic growth so that we become more responsive to the plight of our people to address the issues of poverty, unemployment, and inequalities. Sustainability is one of the features which is very critical to ensure long-term viability and sustainability of our city and the environment. So Durban has already established a series of cycling routes within the city and around, and we are currently expanding its network to accommodate both professional and recreational cyclists. We know that there are many people who will also be partaking in this particular exercise so that we can be able to live the healthy life. The municipality will also roll out a staff bicycle program that will also encourage our own staff members to utilize bicycles around the city so that we eliminate the issues of congestion within the CPD. In terms of 5-year plan of our implementation plan as the city, about 88 corridors have been identified, of which 31 have been prioritized to have a high rate of usage, benefiting large numbers of existing and potential non-motorized users distributed across the municipal area. And we are, of course, indeed engaged in a process of creating our park and rides so that we'll be able to deal with the congestion.
Thank you, Mayor Konda, for those key points. So on to my next question, also in the category of governance. is directed to Engineer Sana'a Al-Alili. Engineer Sana'a, how do you plan to apply a people-centric approach on a strategic level?
As a strategic level, we are currently working in Dubai Urban Master Plan 2040, which is a long-term plan to achieving a vision of making Dubai the best city of living. We will place the people happiness and wellness and in the center of any planning initiative. We defined a 5-pillar for a framework for the city-centric plan, which consists of participation, choices, accessibility, mobility, and quality, which will be articulated through strategies and programs and defined indicators to monitor the implementation. First pillar is the participation, which is the most critical pillar to people-centric framework, which emphasizes in the citizens and people need and take their thoughts and inspiration. The second pillar is the choices, which is concentrated about the choices of housing and job through a housing strategy will ensure making all the economic classes have their choices for housing, especially the affordable housing. In the job live strategy, also we will include through the inclusive growth center that offer a mix of employment, entertainment, and jobs with a complete communities. Thirdly, accessibility to the jobs by promoting and applying the concept of 20-30 minutes city, which ensure people have their needs, the daily needs of facilities within 20 minutes of cycling and walking, and 30 minutes to their job by using public transit and soft mobility. The other important pillars for the framework is the mobility. And we will study the strategy of integrating the land use and the mobility to put the people our first priority and the traveling by foot and cycling rather than private car and using and then we will investigate and revisit our mobility and land use accordingly. The last thing is the strategy of open spaces, which will emphasize on the strategy of open spaces that provide an urban and environmental open spaces, which is secure and sound healthy and inclusive for all. This will include all kinds of park and more accessible for beaches and waterfront. Also, we will provide or introducing manual for a new streetscape design, which will promote an active city style. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Sana'a. Thank you for your response. So I see Ms. Diana Gonzalez just joined into our session. Ms. Diana Gonzalez, welcome to the panel discussion. Ms. Diana Gonzalez is the Chief Advisor and Director of International Affairs, and my next question is directed to her in the category of governance. Ms. Gonzalez, did Mexico require changing or revisiting its urban laws and regulations that govern urban planning? And what were the implications on the governance framework of the city?
Thank you very much for having me. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are around the globe. Actually, in Mexico City, we have a structure of governance where people's participation and consulting processes take place on a regular basis. And I will just give you an image of the kind of governance system that we have. We have a constitution that regulates the life of the city. We have the city is divided into 16 areas, each one of them with a mayor which is elected by people every 3 years. So we have 16 elected mayors. We have a chief of government, which is actually the governor of the city, that is elected every 6 years by direct voting. And then we have a Congress with for elected congressmen and congresswomen. Actually, we have gender parity at this point. Also elected every 3 years. We have a process of regular consultation mechanisms on major issues. We are just consulting right now the long-term development plan for the city, our vision 2020-2040, with a very wide and broad process of consultation with people. Just to give you an example of the kind of things that have to go to consultation. If you want to build something which is larger than 10,000 square meters, you need a process of consultation of the project to look at the impact that that will have on the community, and the community will have a say on such a large project. Whenever there are changes in what we call conservation land, or the areas where indigenous populations live, there has to be a process of consultation as well. So what I want to illustrate with this is a people-centric approach to governance issues in the city. And I'm sorry if I took more than the minute and a half allocated for this answer.
It is also to you, actually. So I wanted to give you more chance to also answer that question. That was very excellent key points on the governance in Mexico City. Thank you. So my next question is also directed to you, Ms. Gonzalez, but it will be in the category of mobility and public transit. The question is, what is the future of urban mobility in your city? And could you please discuss ways in which active travel like walking and cycling can be further promoted, and how we can ensure that they're facilitated in our cities?
Mexico City has made a strong commitment towards sustainability and therefore reducing greenhouse emissions. In that part of that commitment is one, the introduction of public transportation, the expansion of public transportation. Second, it is the transformation of our public transportation into electric or non-contaminated sources of mobility. But there is also a very strong commitment to make Mexico City a cyclable city. This is a very large city, obviously. Walking is within your neighborhood, but for longer distances, we're building a large network of bicycle paths. In 2018, we had 165 kilometers of cycling paths. Right now, in 2019-2020, we have built 167 kilometers more. That makes a cycling path as long as 332 kilometers. And the goal we have for 2020-14, which is the end of this administration, is to have 600 kilometers of cycling paths. That tells you about the importance that we are giving to cycling in particular as a means of transportation in the city. It has become particularly popular and important at this time of pandemic where people have to keep a safe distance. So commitment to cycling and active transportation first. Second, a commitment to public non-contaminating public transportation.
Excellent, excellent. Yes, it's very important to have that continuous cycle track so you don't have to have the need to drive to cycle. That's the whole point, to eliminate driving in that equation. All right, excellent. So my next question is directed to Mr. Vyas, also in the category of mobility and public transit. Mr. Vyas, how can disruptive technology be used to optimize pedestrian mobility and improve people's safety?
Question, Hanan. And my response is more in terms of, I just want to summarize by saying that, active mobility and its integration with public transport actually enhances last mile connectivity. And under this, I want to just make 4 key points. That is that, one, to begin with, you need more infrastructure that promotes walking and cycling around metro stations. And this directly relates to the overall headline point that I made about integrating active mobility with public transportation. Second point is that you have to look at integration of walking and cycling infrastructure with other app-based services such as Uber, where you mentioned disruptive technologies. Now, the thing is, the principles of promoting walking and cycling very much remains the same, but you have a top layer of app-based services and disruptive technologies, which needs to be integrated at a system level. Third is you have to incorporate app-based bicycle sharing systems well, so as to promote the same amount of efficiency that exists with systems such as Uber. And last point is that the data collected from movement patterns and from various systems of active mobility would further help in seamless integration of public transport and active mobility. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vyas. I completely agree. Just seeing where people need to use Uber more often and understanding where those endpoints should be. Thank you. So my next question is in the category of sustainability, and it is also directed to Mr. Vyas. Mr. Vyas, how can people-centric planning contribute to the sustainability of resources in your city?
Thank you again, Hanan. I mean, first, I just want to emphasize that we need to have an approach which looks at humanizing infrastructure. And because in majority of our cities, we look at large infrastructure, which is not very responsive to people's needs. And there are plenty of examples if I go on to elaborate. But having said that, for instance, one of the points that I would like to make over here is that we have land use plans and structure plans that have their own limitations in terms of addressing the needs of people. So you need to, and these plans need to be complemented by focused small-scale interventions such as local area plans, a focus on urban design, which ensures that public realm is integrated with the surrounding development, and you are not really creating islands of excellence. So it's an integrated approach where public spaces are actually accessible to all, and irrespective of the type of development, it is again it looks at shared sort of a public realm. Second point I want to make is accessibility and safe public spaces. Once you create these, they further encourage users to walk and cycle. The whole idea behind a public space is that people like to watch other people, and it needs to be integrated with activities such as walking and cycling. And with this, I just want to conclude by saying that C40 focuses a lot on active mobility and sustainable transport through its walking and cycling network. And we have, I think, 20 plus cities which are currently working with the network on promoting this. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Vyas. That was great. Thank you very much. So my next question, also in the category of sustainability, is directed to Dr. Davide Ponzini. Dr. Ponzini, what is your long-term sustainable target for the public realm? I mean, what was it planned like? And you could elaborate on how the pandemic affected these strategies.
Thank you. Here in Milan, we have seen, can you hear me right?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Okay, thank you. So here in Milan, in the last 10 to 15 years, we have witnessed a quite significant shift in the economic base, moving to service and tourism, leisure tourism, for specifically, took an important role. This reflected dramatically in the public space, especially in the historic city center, where we have a compact city, a quite dense situation that was in a way transformed in order to accommodate multiple uses, and spontaneously shifted the attention more toward tourists, who of course are people, and in this sense is people-centric, but this led to quite a concentration in the center. The current administration tried to use policies for beautification, pedestrian and light mobility at the metropolitan scale, try to shift. The current strategy, unluckily, was disrupted by the COVID, as you mentioned, and the KPIs and all the objectives were considered. Italy was hit very hard and early by the pandemic, and Milan was one of the first cities to have a group of policies, a strategy for adaptation to the COVID, and it has impacted, of course, the public realm in terms of the location of public services, neighborhoods of 15 minutes with the provision of a mix of services and retail, as engineer Alalili mentioned. We are doing that. Bicycle lanes popped up across the city. It's difficult to say and count them as they are. Still, we have to reconsider it. And now with the second wave starting now and the cooler weather, we are, of course, entering a slightly different scenario.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Ponzini. My next question is directed to Ms. Gonzalez in the category of feasibility and financing. Ms. Gonzalez, what are the tangible, commercial, and economic benefits besides improved health and well-being that cities can achieve from planning for people?
Well, planning for people means putting people's interest in the heart of the planning process. And the revival of the local economy is one of the most important tasks that we have right now in Mexico City. The pandemic is teaching us about the importance of the local economy. When you have a disrupted global chain for production and commercialization of products, you have to turn to your local economy. The local economy creates jobs, improves and strengthens the local value chains with larger businesses, in association with larger businesses, but most importantly, the dynamic growth. We are hoping and betting on a dynamic and supporting the dynamic growth of the local economy, the small, medium-sized enterprises, which are the ones that create jobs in our city. Larger economic growth from local accelerators instead of relying on external sources. So that's the importance of planning for people in economic and commercial terms. It brings the highest benefits when you create jobs and strengthen your local sources of growth and production.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Gonzalez. My next question is directed to Dr. Ponzini. Dr. Ponzini, was the 2015 Expo an opportunity for transforming the city of Milan? Did it impact public spaces at the human scale? And if so, how?
I can only imagine the difficulties of Dubai in managing the current situation with the Expo coming. Milan is indeed comparable to Dubai. It has 1.4 million inhabitants in the core and about over 3 million inhabitants in the metropolitan area. And it has witnessed a steady increase in tourism. As I mentioned, we have roughly 5 million visitors per year in recent times. The Expo was a turning point in this dynamic for the city, and for sure, the event itself, its visibility internationally, enhanced this trend. The celebration took place in a large platform in the outskirts of the city, which is still being redeveloped, the platform itself and the surrounding district. I studied a smaller scale set of events that were promoted by the city under the banner Expo in Città, Expo in the City. It was a very powerful set of events, over 45,000 events during the year of celebration of the Expo 2015. Over 1,000 sites were used across the city, and in a way transformed in order to host this kinds of events. Of course, there has been a long-lasting impact in terms of the change of the public realm, as well as of certain buildings to host events. And now Milan is entering the planning for the 2026 Winter Olympics, which I hope will use a similar strategy of spreading the events across the city, which is also more consistent to the COVID current situation.
Very interesting. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Punzi. So I will begin to go into the category of city resilience and flexibility. And my first question in this category is directed to Engineer Mahra Al-Shamsi. Engineer Mahra, due to the pandemic, open public spaces are preferred by people, and the importance of flexible cities which accommodate the needs of its citizens was apparent. How did the pandemic affect your long-term strategies?
Thank you, Hanan. Well, the impact of the global pandemic is still being comprehended, but it is clear that it will affect the way we live in cities and impact how cities are designed using better tools for the future. We spend 90% of the time inside a human-built environment, our homes, our workspaces, shopping malls, but built environments have higher chances for people to come in contact with viruses, which raises another question of what does human centricity mean in a post-COVID world, and how might this impact quality of life? There are three major attributes that impact the speed of pandemics: its density, mobility, and connectivity. Cities need to see beyond compact cities. And in the case of Dubai, we are working on Dubai 2040 plan. We try to put citizens' needs at the top of its priorities. We set well-defined strategies to ensure long-term city resilience that would accommodate the needs of its citizens. This is done by introducing open space and green corridors strategy. The strategy consists of city resilience that would accommodate the need of citizens. It will try to increase the current per capita of public parks from 6 to 7.7 meters square by 2040, ensuring that everyone lives within walking distance of green spaces. Additionally, would be restructuring the urban area by introducing multifunctional green corridors, linking recreational spaces and recreation areas and open spaces, natural reserves, community centers, and also serves as infrastructure corridors. The transformation we're witnessing in our cities today is a chance to improve our planning tools, to develop a more clean, green, and smart infrastructure by building resilient cities that are capable of facing challenges in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Engineer Mahra. So my next question is directed to Mayor Konda. Mayor Konda, people-centric cities are often distinguished by their urban agility. What strategies have you implemented to ensure urban agility in Durban, South Africa?
Thank you, Hanan. Most cities in the world are facing challenges of rapid urbanization. That urbanization, as the city of Durban, working with the private sector, we have developed the Inner City Regeneration Plan, which is our master plan. The overall urbanization is projected to 2 million people, more people in the city by 2040. It was therefore important for the city to develop a clear roadmap to ensure that balance between urban population growth as well as sustainability and distribution of scarce resources to growth, the economy and management of people and natural city assets. That is also critical. At the heart of the inner city, master plan is the importance of driving residential densification across all income groups, also to integrate people in our city, as we know that we come from and we've traversed a long journey from apartheid to a democracy. This will facilitate the spatial restructuring of the metropolitan area and reverse the apartheid spatial development patterns of our urban and rural communities. You'll agree with me that increased residential density contributes to more sustainable housing delivery and reduce the informal settlements problem. Other benefits include improved public transport viability, increased demand for retail and other commercial services around the city, improved safety and security through 24-hour occupation of the inner city, and increased activity and surveillance, including the economic activities, more economically active stakeholders, and increased civic pride. The growing tourism sector in the inner city, as well as the plan to grow and develop informal economy and rationalization of legal street trading, will enable every inner city resident to access urban services, amenities within a 5-minute walk. That proximity is very critical to resources and social amenities. Our high density mixed use development will also focus on the strategic precincts, particularly along the city's integrated rapid public transport network. We are currently investing on designing built environment to be more energy efficient. So with all those strides, we are looking forward to achieve our set goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Konda. Excellent. So I will move on to the final category, and we do have 6 minutes left on this panel discussion, so I'm hoping to get very valuable feedback in this next category as well. So my next question is directed to Engineer Sana Al-Alili. Engineer Sana, based on your anticipated population growth, how will you alleviate pressure on land resources and urban space?
Dubai current population is around 3.4 million, with a forecasted growth to be reached by 2040, 5.8 million. An important target for us to promote sustainability and minimize the urban sprawl. This will be through defining the urban growth boundary and limit the growth until 2040, intensifying the development in the urban area in a way to increase the gross density from 29% per hectare to almost the double, direct development in a full location, which is and regeneration of the brown fields rather than using the green fields. In addition to that, to the current, we have 2 main centers. We envisage 3 new centers with a different hierarchy of district centers, which will be served by a public transit. Also concentrating in development around the already existing infrastructure and maximizing the sources efficiency. Also increasing the conservation area by 13% and promoting a governance and legislative framework that ensure controlling and directing the development towards the guidance of 2040.
Excellent strategies. Thank you very much, Engineer Alili. So my final question is directed to Mayor Konda. Mayor Konda, what are the challenges of the cities of tomorrow, and what are your proposed solutions in order to overcome those challenges?
Yes, thank you very much, Hanan. When you look at how the South African politics and the economy is structured, it has exposed us that through COVID-19, we still have challenges of inequalities, poverty, and unemployment in our city. So therefore, our main focus to address these challenges is to introduce radical socio-economic transformation programs, which will ensure that the growth that we achieve is an inclusive growth that also take into cognizance that informal economy has got a role to play in the economy of our city, but also ensuring that youth, women, people with disabilities, military veterans are also incorporated in all the beneficiation within the mainstream of our economy. Because what we are gearing up to do as the city, we have just established our eThekwini Economic Council so that we are able to put all stakeholders together, academia, civil society, labor, business, and ourselves as government, so that we can share on this shared vision to ascertain that the city becomes the most caring city in Africa, as well as the livable city. So these are the strides we are putting to ascertain that we also become more responsive on issues of climate change. When we talk about green economy, to encourage more participation, also to give some packages within the city and its planning for those who will be building in adhering to the green economy regulations so that we are able to sustain our environment. But we also understand that during the past 2 years, Durban has worked with C40 to develop a launch of the first Africa's climate action plan, which we have just adopted and launched, which is not only compatible with the global ambitions of regulation, temperature rising to not more than 1.5 degrees, but that will also help us to realize a green development pathway and pursue resilience in the city. So we are looking forward to work with C40 and many other partners to ascertain that Africa becomes more responsive on issues of climate change, but also involvement in the economy, especially the youth and women, is also encouraged.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor Konda. So looks like we have reached the end of our session. I'd like to thank you all for providing us with such great insights into what comes into planning for a people-centric city. And I think it's clear that putting people at the heart of city planning, urban transport, and infrastructure planning ensures a warm, livable city that's not only sustainable and economically powerful, but is also a key element to enhancing our quality of life. Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you to our distinguished panelists for that fascinating look at how cities around the world are taking decisive action to humanize urban policy, planning, and design. And as has been a theme throughout this event, ensuring that our cities are indeed built in the image of the people who live there. I extend our deepest gratitude also to all the wonderful participants from around the world who have given us so much to think about on how we may live and grow in harmony with our planet as we navigate an ever-changing world. From all of us here at Expo 2020 Dubai, thank you very much, and until next time, good night and goodbye.